see this person.
Rye Scholes.
Oh,
Yeah, that person would register.
oh, I've got it.
Now we're coming up
Telephone.
on noon.
Sorry, telephone numbers ending 0062. Would you please turn your camera on and identify yourself by name?
Oh, did you hear me? Mhm.
Yeah. Did you have a quick question, Miguel, before we get started?
Yeah, I'm going to use a PIN number that went social media, or you guys go send me a new one.
Yeah,
Remember
that would be your PIN number.
the one that showed you the went to social media account?
Yeah, because it goes to your email, and then your email distributes it.
That never happened before in my life.
All right, folks, we're coming up on noon now. Thank you all so much for joining us. There's 99 of us. I'm assuming we'll have several more pop in over the next few minutes. The first thing we're going to start off with is, Aaron, did you want to kick off that video?
Hello.
Hey, Julio. Yep, firing it up right now. Folks, get ready to get fired up.
Your voice makes a difference. And if you don't believe that, I want to leave you with one last story. When I ran for the presidency in 08, I fly down to South Carolina. Alarm goes off, and I feel terrible. I am exhausted. Think I'm coming down with a cold. I open up the curtains. It's pouring down rain outside. Pouring down rain, horrible day. I get the newspaper outside my door, and there's a bad story about me in the New York Times. I get dressed, shave, walk out. My umbrella blows open. That ever happened to you? And I get soaked. I'm just soaked. I get in the car. I say, all right, how long is it going to take to Greenwood? An hour and a half. Finally, I get out, and I walk in, and there are like 15, 20 people there. And I will tell you, they didn't look any happier to see me than I did to see them. And so I go around the room and I say, how do you do? What do you do? But they're not really feeling it right now. And suddenly I hear this voice from the back just shout, fired up. And everybody in the room says, fired up. And then I hear the voice say, ready to go. And everybody in the room says, ready to go. And I don't know what's going on. I think these people are crazy. Maybe I shouldn't have come here. And then I look in the back of the room, and there's this middle-aged woman. She's got a big church hat, and she got, I think, a gold tooth. Turns out she holds a position in the local NAACP office, and also, I'm not kidding you, is a private detective. This is a true story. She's like she's like a private eye. Although it's hard to think that you wouldn't see her coming. She's very colorful. And she is known wherever she goes by saying this chant, fired up, ready to go. And every meeting she goes to, she does this thing. But the interesting thing is, after a while, I'm starting to get kind of fired up. I'm starting to feel like I'm ready to go. And all those negative thoughts and all those bad memories start kind of drifting away. And it just goes to show you how one voice can change a room. And if it can change a room, it can change a city. And if it can change a city, it can change a state. And if it can change a state, it can change a nation. And if it can change a nation, it can change the world. So I just have one question for you. Are you fired up? Ready to go? Fired up? Ready to go? Fired up? Ready to go?
Well, thank you for that, Aaron. That was great. I hadn't seen that. Okay, We're gonna keep moving.
Fired up. Are you fired up?
We're fired up.
Fired up.
Oh, to go.
Ready to go.
Ready
Ready
to
to go.
go.
Yes, you have hours of this, so keep that energy going. Okay, we're coming up on 12:05. I'm going to officially call this meeting to order. This is the 2023 organization meeting. If you do not know why you're here, I'm a little confused because we've got a lot of information that we sent out over the last couple of months. So thank you all for joining us. As I said, we're up to 128 now, so this will probably keep growing. Thank you to our wonderful credentialing team for kicking butt on that, because it's a lot of work keeping track of you all as you come in. So thank you, people. We know how difficult that can be. Please, please, please keep yourselves on mute unless you are speaking specifically for a purpose to the body at the right time. Also, watch your timing, people. This meeting can go very long or it can cut out short based on yourselves and your actions here today. Be concise, be clear, use your time appropriately, and don't invade time that's not yours. Also, our wonderful parliamentarian, Jeff Weston, is here again, joining us to make sure that we are in proper order with Robert's Rules of Order. We also have JJ, who's great at that kind of work as well, here with us. So we've got a lot of resources available to our members. If you have any questions, you need any help, reach out to Jeff in the chat. I'm sure he's willing to help. Jeff, you want to say a little quick hello?
Hi, everyone. My name is Jeff Weston. I serve as your parliamentarian and helping Julio run a fast, effective meeting today, and happy to answer any questions and ensure everyone's rights are respected in this meeting. So feel free to reach out if you have any questions.
Thank you, Jeff. Okay, Lisa, you're next.
I am. Thank you. And thank you so much. I'm so excited. We have over 200 people registered for today. So this is a wonderful, wonderful way to do our best to be together during these times and to support all these terrific people that are ready to step up for leadership for the next 2 years. So thank you so much to everyone. And I want to add to my thanks all the people that pitched in to help make today happen. My lifetime partner in crime, Marcia Schneider, Mike Smith, Aaron Levine, Robin, Britton and the comms team, Adam, who's a volunteer just to help us make the balloting run as well as can be. And of course, to my outgoing fellow officers, just thank you all so much. So I'm sure there's someone I've forgotten, but I haven't forgotten you in my heart. And I want to add my husband. If you are lucky enough to have a supportive partner when you're active politically, you are lucky enough. And my husband, Bud Erland, has been a terrific support to me for 2 years. Okay, so meeting orientation. You should have received your agenda. We'll get that reposted into the chat along with reposting of the rules. We're going to, when we get through the early business of adopting the agenda and adopting the rules, then we'll walk you once again through the voting procedures today. We'll vote for the officers here in the meeting. We'll complete those elections so we'll know who our officers are. We will then go into a break. And when we come back, we're going to break out into CD rooms. 1 and 5 will go to breakout rooms, and 3 will stay in the main room because you're the largest body. I think you'll get an on-site invitation to join the room, or perhaps you'll be automatically put into that room. It's live television. It's all exciting. We'll see what happens. And then we'll get through the CD nominations, complete those ballots, share them back with the CD groups so that everybody can see that we have a perfect ballot with all the names of people who filed, as well as people who are going to nominate or be nominated from the floor. And then those will be put aside till the end of till the suspension of the meeting. Then we'll go into SCC, same thing. We've got filed candidates, we'll take nominations, we'll get those ballots. And of course, in each of those sessions, the candidates will get their precious 30 seconds to make their pitch. And then we'll all come back together. And when we vote to suspend the meeting, that's when we'll send out the ballots. And I'm probably forgetting something, but that will come up as we go along. a couple of important things. If you're having trouble with anything, please go into the chat to ask for help, and we have a troubleshooting room set aside to help folks out. The most important things right now is that you know where your pin is. They were sent out starting yesterday, if you're looking for them, most came to you on January 20th. Latecomers got theirs this morning, and the subject line in that email is important. Your pin for the SAT Jan 21 organization meeting, please save. So if you're having trouble, go search your emails for that. And what else? Oh, again, we'll post the agenda and the rules here shortly. Please use the chat. Please stay comfy all day. I'm kind of happy that it isn't the bright, sunny, beautiful day it was 2 years ago. So I hope you'll stick with us all day. Stay comfy, stay attentive. Please use your good Zoom manners at all times. Get up and stretch from time to time. Have snacks, and look away from your screen once in a while at something beautiful or something outside if you can, just to give yourself a little bit of rest. And so I think that's it from me, and going to come right back at you here with the credentials report.
There's a hand up. I don't know if you can see that.
I cannot.
It's from Tom, and then Ruth
Okay.
might have some questions.
All right, we'll take those questions in
Ruth
time.
was first.
Oh, thank you. I didn't know I was still unmuted. I move that any votes that you need from the assembly take place before the advertised or the publicized adjournment time.
I second it.
Say that again.
I move that any vote that you need from the assembly occur before, at or before, or take place completely before the advertised adjournment time.
You know, you're talking, so then that would.
Not the
prevent us
votes for the candidates, but if there are any things that we today need to vote on, I move that that occur before, so that it could occur before the publicized adjournment time. So in other words, I don't want to hear, let's have 20 more minutes and 40 more minutes of the meeting.
Okay.
So
I mean, I hear that. I'm just not sure. I mean, because we'll be voting on all the officers. I mean, everything that we're voting on comes up right in the beginning, the agenda, the rules, and then the officer elections. And we don't have any other business other than the election.
right, but I just wanted to have that go on record so that we are not here till 9 o'clock tonight.
Okay, well.
So it's a motion
That is-
that's been seconded.
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
I second it.
Yes, thank you. Thank you both. As I understand it, Mr. Chair, the attempt here is to amend the agenda, and we haven't even presented the agenda yet.
Well, I didn't see where that was going
This
to
is not a
occur.
discussion at this time.
I
Yeah,
didn't
okay.
see where that was going to occur when I looked at the agenda.
This is still out of order. This is not a discussion. This is clarifying of a request.
Okay, thank you. Also, could I give an acknowledgement of the
This is still
original?
discussion.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Patch. All right. Folks, we got to keep this meeting in order, and we definitely want to keep it in time. So let's not get too far off track. Tom, your hand is up.
I'll wait till the meeting, the agenda is reviewed.
All right. Lisa, let's go to the credentials report then, and then we'll go to the agenda.
Hold on there briefly. I'm just getting to the right screens here. Why can't I see that? All right, sorry. Nope. We have 207 people registered, and currently We have 148 participants. I cannot give the credentials report yet because there are some people here who are not identified yet. Hold a minute, please. Telephone number 5672. Please open your camera and identify yourself. I will have to remove you from the meeting if you do not unmute yourself and identify yourself. I'm sorry. That's telephone number 917-822-5672. I'm going to put you back in the waiting room. And telephone number 0062 ending 0062. Can you unmute and identify yourself, please? Or I'll have to put you back in the waiting room until you rename yourself or send an email to technology@multdems.org. Okay.
Lisa, we have somebody else in the waiting room who's in my group, Joanna Bulky, and she's not on my list.
Yeah, I admit her. Joanna's a PCP.
I have
Okay,
the same thing. I have a Harold Trinan who's not on my list.
Also a PCP.
Okay, so I will admit her.
Yes, please.
Awesome.
Candidates who are not PCPs, there are very few of you. Let me see if I can find you so I can make sure we don't count you in the official credentials report. Give me just 1 minute. Okay, Adam is here. I saw Michael here. Colquitt is here. Myanmar is not here.
Do you want us to come back to you, Lisa, here in a bit, or?
I'm just there.
Okay.
Just so we can move on.
Yeah.
It's not here. It's not here. Okay. 4. All right. I can tell you that we have 145 people currently credentialed to vote today, and the additional folks are candidates or visitors who are not PCPs.
Wonderful. Thank you, Lisa, for that quick workup. All right, there's our credentials report. Now we can move on to the agenda. Do we have any corrections or amendments that we need to make to the agenda that anybody has noticed or would like? Please raise your digital hand. Okay, Ruth. Oh, and also, yes, if you're going to make a motion, can you please type it up in the chat and submit it so everybody can see it clearly and our recording secretary can have it in hand?
Yes, I'll put it in chat. I move that all votes requiring the participation of the assembly occur before the publicized adjournment time.
Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Okay.
What's the adjournment time?
5.
Well, on the agenda, it shows 5:30.
Oh,
Is that
5:30.
correct?
5:30.
5 is what you said.
5:30.
Well, the publicized time was 5:30, but I see in the agenda that was linked. It says 5:30 unless I'm misreading it.
I have 5:30, Lisa. You aware of anything different?
Yep. Yes, we have 5:30. We don't have to go that long, but it's 5:30.
Well,
I know this is part of the discussion, but it means that everybody giving speeches need to keep really, really, really short.
Okay, so do you have that motion in the chat?
I do.
Okay. All right, Ruth's motion is to move that all votes that require the assembly, which is all of us as voters, the 145, any business to occur before 5:30.
Well, it's the vote. It's the votes. Because if there's anything that doesn't require a vote, I'm gone at 5:30. So I want to make sure that all of the votes that are required of the assembly occur before 5:30.
Okay. Do we have any discussion on that? I see a couple hands up. So can we get Ruth's hand lowered?
Yes.
And then we'll go to Bobby.
I have a question about that. It is my understanding that the voting for SCC and CD3 is going to actually technically take place after the close of the meeting. Is that not true? And therefore, we would not be able to vote for those, or we would have to do those votes within the meeting time before 5:30. That doesn't mean they'd have to be tallied by then, but the vote, it just says votes in her motion. And so I am concerned that we're going to vote on something that would then say that anything that we did after the closing of this meeting would be void.
No, well, I think she means just votes that the whole assembly
I'm
requires
just
to
going
take.
by what her motion says. That is
No.
required by the whole assembly to vote on the SEC and CD3. So I'm just going, it says votes. It doesn't differentiate as to what kinds of votes. It says votes.
Okay, I can offer an amendment.
Okay, so I'm gonna say this, folks. If you were planning on this meeting ending at 5:30, it's probably not. I'm just letting you know now, we've got lots of hands coming up. This is taking a while to get through. Ruth, would you mind rephrasing your motion to clarifying?
Well, I see that the meeting is going to be suspended at 5:30. It's supposed to be suspended, not adjourned. So I think that means it's not going to disqualify our votes that are supposed to go in by Tuesday. So I guess I'll revise it to say, I just don't know if any other votes are going to come up. So all I know is I'm going to be gone at 5:30. If there are any like big votes that come up, of course I will stay. But you know, I would just like this to be a self-regulated meeting so that people aren't going way over their speaking time, and then people start asking for, let's extend it by 40 minutes, then that's over, then we extend it for 45 more minutes. So if the parliamentarian can give me some coaching on how to revise the motion, that would be very helpful.
Jeff, do you mind connecting with her in chat, and then I'll keep running through these hands?
Sure.
Thank you. Pete?
Yeah, just to clarify, when I look at the agenda, I see that there will be balloting that'll be open until January 24th at 5 p.m. And I was a little bit confused as to what if the intent of the motion was to change that to be before the meeting was over. Thank you.
No.
Okay.
JJ?
Yeah, I was going to say that the problem with this motion is that it would, as it's currently offered, it would interfere with our ability to vote in the adjourned meeting. And the problem of changing it to procedural, as Mike Smith has mentioned, is that would foreclose people's options to make motions about the vote if they're important, you know, points of order and things like that. So I think the reason we attempted to do this adjourned meeting this way is to get people out of here hopefully by 5:30. So I don't think there's gonna be much else besides the votes and the candidate speeches. So I think we should vote no on this.
Thank you. And again, this is, the meeting is just suspended. It doesn't officially adjourn today. It does not adjourn till after the announcements or results are announced. So, can we get somebody to lower hands for me, please, JJ? And then who is next? I've got Bill.
I think it's, this motion is not a good idea. It seems to me it is tying the hands of the meeting now in a manner that would have to be responded to by the whatever is the group of people in the meeting at 5 o'clock. And that's limiting what they can do. So I do think it's a mistake to do that. And I think it likely is out of order with regard to the ability of a group like ours to set limits on the group that's going to be meeting at a future point. Thank you.
Thank you, Bill. Dean?
Can I actually go after Graham Park? Sorry.
Sure, Graham.
Yeah, I think that this is out of order because we're required by statute to finish at least the officer's business and the SEC business. The CD business could probably be deferred, but shouldn't be. I mean, we could probably accomplish this by moving the CD elections to last, but I don't think we can leave this meeting without doing the officer elections, the transfer of property, and the SEC elections. That's RS 248035.
Well, that's what I would move. So I'll withdraw the motion. I'll withdraw the motion. Thank you all.
Thank you. Motion's withdrawn, hands down, please. And let's, unless we have questions that are important to the agenda.
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
I move for adoption of the agenda as written.
With all due respect, I had my hand raised, Patch.
Yeah. Okay, Candy was just. Yeah, we're still on the adopting the agenda. We have not adopted the agenda yet. And we have people with hands up. So again, were you planning on speaking on the motion that is now no longer in motion? Deanne and then Candy.
All right, thank you.
Deanne, were you speaking on the previous motion, or do you have some other business to the agenda?
Yes, I actually had something regarding the motion. So I actually have the motion to end discussion on this subject altogether. That was the entire thing, because this is wasting everyone's time.
All right, well, that's done. Thank you. Candy?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I would just like to make kind of 2 points of privilege as a member of this body. Firstly, I would like only the chair to be ruling people out of order. It's not appropriate for random members of the body to be calling other people's motions out of order. And secondly, I do want to take Ruth's point that it is within our values as Democrats to have a process that people can participate in, and we should make every effort as a body to adjourn by the end time stated. And of course, once this agenda is approved, it would take a 2/3 vote to extend the agenda that is once it's approved by the body. So I really hope that people will take seriously that as Democrats, if we want people to be able to participate in our party, we should not be having 9-hour-long reorgs like we did last year. Thanks.
Thank you, Candy. Okay. Any other adjustments that anybody knows that we need to make to the agenda? And can somebody lower Candy's hand? Eileen, did you have something, or was that a comment?
It is, I don't know what to call it. It is about this topic. I just looked back at my emails. The January 15th agenda said it will adjourn at 5. I have a plan, and my understanding is we don't get our ballots unless we attend the whole meeting. So that's why it's important that we end on time. So I'll be very brief, but I was told 5. And so I want to know, will I get my ballot, and not just me, anyone, get our ballots if we're here till 5? Because that was the initial agreed upon time.
Lisa, your hand's up.
Okay, thank you, Eileen, for that point. I think it's important to say that you know, things are fluid this week until we got things settled. But nevertheless, after we get past adopting the agenda and the rules, there will be an opportunity for a motion to be made to entertain requests for early departure for PCPs who have a legitimate urgent business elsewhere, work, medical, family, and that will require a 2/3 vote of the body to allow PCPs to who need to depart early to receive their ballots. So if you could hold on for that, please.
Okay. Anything else on the agenda before we move adoption of it? Okay. Do we have any objections to adopting the agenda as it's been presented?
No.
If you do have an objection, raise your digital hand. Okay, seeing none, hearing none. The agenda is adopted as written. Thank you so much. Now to the rules. We sent these out. You should have received a link. We have a hand up from Tom. Tom, do you want to say something?
This is really quick. We got 2 people on this one video. Is that work out? And you got Sally and Tom credentialed, and we will then get our separate, as long as we get our pins, we can vote, as long as we're, you know, we're both here.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Do we have any corrections or anything that anybody noticed that needed to be adjusted in our rules before we adopt them? Okay, seeing none. Do we have any objection to, oh, Miguel, is that an objection?
Oh, no. Question. Did you, this is very new to me, how to vote. So the voice no go happen here is going to happen by, you guys send a link, if we do that? That's how it's happening?
Yeah, we'll update the process later as we go into the voting. Yeah, how each one will work. Thank you. Okay, seeing none, hearing no objections to the adoption of the rules, we will adopt these rules as presented.
We're now 10 minutes ahead. And we're now 10 minutes ahead, folks. Thank you all. And I would like to make a motion to entertain requests for early departure by PCPs who have an urgent business that would require them to leave the meeting before we conclude the SCC nominations process, which is the last major item on the agenda. And if you would put your name in the chat, if you are someone who is requesting early departure, please do so.
Would you mind typing that up, Lisa, and putting it in the chat?
Second that motion.
And we have a second for it. And I'll just repeat, I believe what Lisa said was motion to entertain requests for early departure by PCPs with urgent business elsewhere. Requires a 2/3 vote by this body to allow these PCPs to depart early and receive their ballots.
I'll second the motion, Bing Wong.
It's been seconded already. We're good there. Do we have any discussion on it? Dean and then JJ.
My motion is that, sorry, my question was actually for us to go past discussions. I don't believe that this is of particular importance. And if we are to keep everyone's values and in mind, since they all want to go through this quite quickly, then it might be best if we were to forego discussion on this particular topic.
Thank you, JJ.
Just a simple question. How would someone contact you without just speaking out in the meeting so we can save everyone's valuable time?
If you can hear me, please put your name in the chat if you're requesting early excuse to be excused early.
Thank you. Jose?
I just want to make sure that if there's any candidates that still need to speak after 5, that we try to make, I don't know how to do that, but it would be unfair if there's certain candidates that haven't gotten a chance to speak after 5, and then people are leaving. So I don't know how we handle that.
That would require somebody to make a motion to extend the meeting. If we haven't gone through all the candidates.
No, I'm saying some people are leaving early.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I just, if you're a candidate, you know your time slot, you know when you're speaking, hopefully you're here. I mean, we don't, no other option.
Right, if you're a candidate who has to leave early, you will not get an opportunity to speak. You're just going to be departing the meeting, and those, the consequences will be, what they are. I would like to make one last call for people who are requesting early departure from the meeting, and I'm going to leave that open for just a few more seconds. Where's my phone? Who knows where my phone is?
Hi, for the people who left early, that was who I think they already presented the candidacy by sending email, can repeat by themselves to send use the email list, send it back to them personally to say, remember me? Since I leave early, that's gonna be one step they can do to make sure the process go, the people vote for them after they leave. That's why I recommend to have equal representation if for any case they have to leave early.
Thank you, Miguel. Okay, any more discussion on this?
Okay, I'm now going to close the requests for early departure, and let me just tell you who I have on here. Just going back real quick. I have Candy Emmons, Cindy Smith, Barbara Kogan-Neidig, Molly McGuire, Robin Denberg, Michael Dunn, Alexander Hollis, Dan Neeler, Harold Trinan, Ruth Jensen, Colleen Shoemaker, Dan Kaufman, who's going to be playing at Governor Kotek's party, Eileen Lipkin, Sarah Hollis, Nan Stark, Hugh Harris, Brad Martin, Eddie Morales, and we're talking about by the stated closure time, Ruth Jensen by 5:30, Dan Naylor, Casey Hansen, Joel Shapiro, Kathy Paspalis, Tracy. Oh no, Tracy's going to stay even if it kills him. Jesse Milan, Barbara Solomon says 5:30, Kevin Fitz 5:30. Oh, and Patch has a nice list here. So the list is now closed, and those folks will receive their ballots when we suspend the meeting tonight. Thank you very much.
We didn't actually vote.
Whoops,
on the motion.
Whoops. Right, we need a 2/3 vote. Thank you.
First, I'll ask, do we have any objections? If we have no objections, then the motion will carry. If not, we'll go to a vote. And you're welcome to unmute yourself and let us know if you objected. For some reason, you cannot raise your digital hand. Okay, I'm not hearing any, not seeing any. The motion carries. And thank you, Lisa, for that list. And they will get their ballots. Okay, moving on. Thank you, people. We are doing really good on time. Let's not ruin that today. Okay, so quick little note from all of us. We all want to say our departing thank yous and show our appreciation. I'll go first if that's okay. I've really enjoyed this opportunity. It's been challenging, but it has been very rewarding. And when I see the difference that we have made in our county, the voter totals, the outreach, that's what I came here to do. And it's not me alone. It's an amazing team. My admin team I mean, look at Lisa going. I mean, it's been just an amazing admin team. And we've put some really good people into leadership positions on our committees that are just working their butts off. But, I do want to say one thing. There's 156 of us currently on this call. On average, our meetings are about 60 to 70 people at our CCs. We're almost double that right now in this meeting. If you all attended our regular CCs and our regular meetings, we would get more done faster because many hands makes the light work. So I would encourage you all to continue this. Join us at our CCs, please. Join us in our committees. We have a lot of work to do to get ready for 2024. I will be taking a small break for several months after this to do some other stuff, but I'll be back in late spring and the summer to continue the work that I've been doing. Yeah, thank you all. It's been a pleasure. Marcia, did you want to say something?
Yeah, let's see.
Thank you, Julio.
Thank you, Ruth.
Okay, am I good?
Yeah.
Yay, hi. Hello, Democrats. Thank you. I echo the chair's remarks as well as sharing a couple of other thank yous, especially to the folks who have really helped to organize. We have every single House district organized with leadership, with assistant leaders, with neighborhood leader coordinators. The grassroots work of the party happens at this district level. You guys really pulled it together. We did a great job on slate cards and getting out the vote. We've also grown our neighborhood leader program exponentially, and we are well over 200 neighborhood leaders, and we would like to double and triple that. So going forward, although I am not taking an official officer role or leadership role here, my intention is to continue to shepherd the neighborhood leader program, which I really encourage everybody, every PCP, to get involved. When you talk to the 30 or 40 Democrats in your neighborhood about all of the issues going on, and hear and listen, talk, but mostly listen, and then you come to our meetings, you are coming so much more informed with what is going on. And when we talk with our legislators, we are so much more informed. So I would encourage that. And I will adios. I am here to help, and a PCP in House District 48. Thank you.
Thank you, Marcia. Lisa, our wonderful vice chair too.
I said most of my thank yous earlier. And I just want to add that as everyone is emphasizing, you know, this is a powerful body. We can be as powerful as we want to be when we work together to make things better for our community. So please stay fired up and ready to go. Thank you all so much for a great 2 years.
Yeah, remember, this is not a top-down organization. This is bottom-up. What happens here happens because you all make it happen. What our admin team does is really here just to support your efforts and make sure that you all are successful with what you want to do when it comes to being involved in politics. Okay, so now our trusty recording secretary, Patch Perryman.
If you haven't heard enough from me in 6 years, then you just haven't been paying attention. Simple as that. I've talked enough, which means I've barely talked at all. Get out there and vote Democrat. That's all I gotta say. This is your party. Get to it. Love you one and all. Cheers.
Thank you, Patch. Our treasurer, Gretchen, was not available to make it today, unfortunately. Is that correct, Lisa? Right? Yeah, okay. And also Britton Taylor, our communications officer and candidate for future communications officer, is out of town, but will be joining us later. His daughter got invited to play at a wonderful event at the Carnegie Town Hall. Is that right? Yeah.
Carnegie Hall, yeah.
Pretty cool. So next up is our communications officer, our technology officer, Aaron.
I'll keep it short and sweet. I'll be here for another 2 years. Happy to be working with you all in the future. Email any questions or concerns to technology@multdems.org. Any issues during the meeting, I'll be checking that email throughout the afternoon, and hoping for a efficient and successful meeting today. Thank you all.
Yay, thank you, Aaron. This took a lot from our team. So Aaron, Mike, Lisa, credentials, rules, like these people have been working their butts off to make this a good, successful meeting. I hope you all will do your part to make this a good, successful meeting as well. Okay, at this point, I just want to acknowledge that this, this group of officers will be coming to the end of their term. It was a pleasure serving with y'all. I can't wait to see what we do here in the next couple of years. And at this point, as we start stepping away from our roles, we'll acknowledge that the outgoing officers will make available all the funds, records, and any property to the incoming officers. We'll probably get that done here this next week and make sure that they're all set up and ready to go. Mr. Smith, are you prepared to go over the voting procedures?
Mr. Chair, yes, I am. So, hello, everybody. My name is Mike Smith. You've probably seen me a bunch of times in the last 6 years or so. I'm going to go over the voting procedure for all of our officer, SCC, and CD elections. So, by now, all of you who are qualified to vote should have gotten a PIN, an 8-digit PIN number in your email. If you haven't, please mention that in the chat and one of our volunteers will follow up. So keep that PIN number handy because that PIN number identifies you uniquely as a voter. When it comes time to vote, we will send everybody a link to a ballot, which is a Google form. The first thing that you do when you open that Google form ballot is you enter your 8-digit PIN number and then click next. After you do that, then you proceed to voting. Now, most of our elections, particularly the CD and SCC elections, are done by star vote. With star vote, what you do as a voter is you rate the candidates from 0 to 5. Leaving a candidate blank is the same as rating them a 0. 0 means that that candidate is not acceptable. A 1 means that they're barely acceptable, all the way up to a 5 means that they are your ideal candidate. When you are done voting, you go all the way to the bottom when you're done voting and you click submit. Now, let me answer some frequently asked questions. Can you assign more than one candidate the same value from 0 to 5? Yes, you can. If you want to, you can vote multiple candidates at level 5. You can vote multiple candidates at 1s or 2s, however you want to do. How many candidates do you need to vote for? You can vote for 1, 0, all, or as many of the candidates as you like. And again, you can assign more than one candidate the same value. When you hit submit, your ballot will be sent to us, and we will then use a system to qualify and then tabulate the votes. In star vote, this will happen by first scoring all of the candidates and then running them through a series of runoff elections. We'll go through that in a bit. There might be an election or two for officers where there are only 2 candidates. For that, you, instead of assigning each candidate a score from 0 to 5, you simply vote for one candidate. In the case where we have an election with only one candidate, we'll do that by acclamation. Okay, I see. Sorry, I just got a message. I think that pretty much covers it. And if you don't have a PIN yet, again, let us know in the chat, and I'll see to getting you a PIN as soon as I can.
We have a hand up from Loretta.
Loretta Smith, go ahead.
Sorry about that. Thank you. I just wanted to make sure that I was credentialed.
Yeah, you are credentialed.
But I can't vote.
That's correct, because you're not a PCP. You're not eligible to vote.
All right. Thank you for that clarification. Okay, do we have any more questions before we move on?
Oh, I am still trying to reach telephone number 917-822-5672 to please unmute and identify yourself by name so we can rename you. Otherwise, we have to remove you from the room if we cannot credential you as a voter or a candidate.
You know what, I want to share this question that came up in the chat. Madam Vice Chair too, maybe you can just quickly review. The question of how many SCC and how many CD positions there are to be filled. Just you know, for information. We sent that, but if you want that info, I know we have it handy.
Yep. The chair and the first vice chair are automatically seated with the SCC delegation. So there'll be 19 additional SCC delegates and 21 alternates. CD1 has 6 delegates and 6 alternates. CD3 has 15 of each, and CD5 has 2 of each.
All right, thank you. It doesn't look like we have any more questions. Aaron, are you gonna run that video?
Sure can. Stand by.
STAR voting work? STAR stands for Score, Then Automatic Runoff. And that's exactly how it works. Just give your favorite 5 stars, give your least favorite 0, and score the others as you like. With STAR, it's easy to show your preference order and also your level of support for each candidate. It's safe to vote your conscience, and you don't have to worry about voting for the lesser of 2 evils or wasting your vote. Now let's see how the ballots are counted. Here's the first ballot. This voter gave 3 stars to Abby, 4 stars to Ben, 0 stars to Carmen, and 5 stars to DeAndre. Here's the second ballot. Note that this voter gave Abby and DeAndre the same score, which is permitted in STAR voting. We'll add these stars to the total, and we'll continue adding up the scores until all the ballots are counted. The 2 highest scoring candidates are finalists. The remaining candidates are out of the running. Now it's time for the second round of tabulation, the automatic runoff. Each ballot counts as 1 vote for the finalist each voter preferred. Let's see how many people preferred Carmen over DeAndre and vice versa. This voter preferred DeAndre to Carmen, so this vote goes to DeAndre. This voter also preferred DeAndre to Carmen. Note that their favorite candidate was Abby, but she didn't make it to the runoff round. Even though this voter's favorite couldn't win, their vote still makes a difference, and goes to the finalist they preferred, DeAndre. This voter gave both DeAndre and Carmen 5 stars, indicating that they like both equally. Since this voter would be equally happy with either, this ballot is counted as a vote of no preference. This voter preferred Carmen to DeAndre, so this vote goes to Carmen. And the last voter preferred DeAndre to Carmen, so this vote goes to DeAndre. Regardless of the scores given, each ballot ultimately counts as 1 vote. DeAndre wins. DeAndre was in the top 2 highest scoring candidates, and he had the greatest number of voters prefer him over Carmen. STAR voting measured how strongly voters liked DeAndre, and also how many voters supported him. So to recap, STAR stands for Score, Then Automatic Runoff, and that's exactly how it works. Voters fill out the ballot on a 0 to 5 star scale. The 2 candidates with the most stars advance to the automatic runoff. The candidate preferred by the most voters wins. Now that you know how it works, want to try out STAR voting for yourself? Create your own STAR voting polls at star.vote. And to learn more, donate, or volunteer, go to starvoting.us.
All right, stopping my share right now.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Okay, we are coming up on, oh, we got a hand up. Tracy.
Well, I really like the math that we've just seen, but it depends on having software of known and credentialed integrity. So my question is, do you get can you perform a paper audit, let's say, if this is used for a public election? Thank you.
Mike, do you want to answer that one?
So all the ballots, minus the identifying information, except for the, sorry, let me restate that. All the ballots, including the PIN numbers, can be made available for an audit. If absolutely necessary, we can also reveal the PINs and the emails of the people that belong to those PINs, but I don't think that's going to be necessary. And then once that information is available, somebody can retabulate using whatever star mechanism that they want. So that could be, if they want to do it by paper, that's certainly possible. If they want to use some other piece of software that they validated, that's also possible.
Thank you. Mark?
Yeah, thank you. My question is relating to the delegate elections, and I guess question is what are there enough candidates to fill all of the delegate positions and still honor our rule for gender equity? And if that's not able to be filled, is there a rule or process for addressing that?
Mike? Or Lisa, do you want to answer that?
Okay.
Did we lose Lisa?
So I might be able to answer the question, but I didn't hear the question. I was working on something else. I'm very sorry.
Yeah, please, Mike, if you would field that. I'm still trying to identify a stray here.
I believe the question was whether or not we had enough people or candidates to fill the gender requirements. And if not, then what would happen if we did not?
Okay, so let me preface this with, I don't know that for sure. I am paying attention to another part of this election right now. That said, let's suppose that we don't. There are two ways that we can ameliorate that. One is we can nominate people from the floor, which is in our rules, that's always allowed for SCC elections and for CD elections. As a reminder, it's only allowed for officer elections when nobody has been nominated during the filing period that closed back in December. So let's get back to SCC and CD. Let's suppose that we don't have enough nominations either from the nominating period or from the floor to fill our gender requirements. Well, then we will do our best nonetheless to get a balance of delegates and alternates. But if we can't achieve a gender balance, then our duty is to do our best and then report why we couldn't to the DPO.
Thank you. Bing? Oh, so I'm sorry, Sally, and then Bing.
Thank you. I believe that what we would do would be the same as happens later in the year when somebody drops out who has a position and there is an opening. We vote at the next CC or at the appropriate next CC to fill the position, and people nominate themselves or other people at that CC to fill the position. The rule is you can't have more than half, no gender category should have more than half of the delegates or more than half of the alternates. So I believe you would leave spaces open for the next CC meeting.
Thank you, Sally. Bing, and then Mary.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, before we go on and on discussing this what if, we actually need a report of participants who's put in as candidates so far, because there's still opening for the CDs and SEC from the floor. We were all asked to email our gender preference to the party. So that report should answer the question that has just come up.
Lisa, is that something that we have pieced together already?
I'm sorry to say that I sent out another email this morning to several candidates asking them to please self-identify their gender immediately. So for those candidates who did not do that before this morning, please look at your email and respond to me so that we can complete that report.
All right, Mary and then Candy.
My question was similar to Bing's. It would be helpful if I knew what our gender balance requirements are, but I'd also like to know about our racial and sexual identity requirements. Do we have any requirements that the delegation also be balanced by race and by sexual identity?
No. It's just if Candy can answer this because it's really mostly coming from the DPO perspective that we're trying to meet. Candy?
Yeah, I mean, I don't have the bylaws in front of me of the DPO right now, so apologies for that. But we do have a gender equity requirement. And just as a note, eyeballing the candidate list and knowing how folks have self-identified previously with the DPO, I think we're good for gender equity, at least for SEC delegate spots. But it's hard because there's not like a list. You have to scroll up and down your website to find them. Regarding racial equity, there is not a requirement, but it is strongly encouraged for counties to elect delegations that are reflective of their communities. And I think it's reasonable to ask PCPs who are voting today to keep that in mind when they are casting their votes, if that's helpful.
Yes, thank you, Candy. And can somebody make sure we're lowering hands and putting people on mute if they're not muted? Okay, any more questions before we move on? Okay, I'm not hearing any, not seeing any. I think we are ready to move on to our first election of, we did only have one candidate file for the chair position. Michael Burleson, I believe he is here in attendance.
I'm here. Hopefully that bumped me up.
Yeah, you're here. Do you want to, since you're the only candidate, do you want to take a quick minute? We didn't actually have this on the agenda, but I assumed you'd like to take a minute or two to speak.
Yeah, I would. I don't know if it'll take a minute or two, but I just wanted to, before I take office, acknowledge the endorsements I'm making for Shawnee Harris Bagwell for Vice Chair 1 and for Kathy Paspalis for Vice Chair 2, though I think that race is now uncontested. And then I got a good question about some of my goals for the party. And I wanted to just go through those. These are sort of tentative and subject to change. But I think that we need to be going to labor and general peaceful protests regularly as a party. We need to be knocking on doors in the general election. We need to have a working candidate ranking system by the next major election so we can influence citywide races and primaries. And we also need to, I think we have a unique responsibility and ability to get marginalized candidates into office. And so those are my general goals as chair. And I wanted to thank you for your time. And I look forward to serving with you all the next 2 years.
Thank you, Michael. Tom, you got a question?
A statement. I would like to hear at least a statement from each candidate, even though we could have read something. It just says it's a nice idea. And so thank you, Michael, for making that statement. We're doing this by acclamation. We shouldn't preclude the idea of hearing their voice.
Thank you. Moses?
Move to vote by acclamation to approve Michael for chair.
Well, that's not necessary because it's actually on the agenda, but good call.
Right on.
I appreciate it. Okay, I guess for those of you who are not quite familiar with acclamation, it's basically without objection by the body. It's that all are in agreement. So I'll start with objections. Do we have any objections? If not, then we will accept this nominee by acclamation. And you're welcome to unmute yourself, raise your digital hand. P. Shane. Oh. Gloria. Is that an objection, Gloria, or a what? Well, we're in the middle of a vote, so. Okay, I think we've got this worked out. I'm not seeing any objection, not hearing any. Congratulations, Michael. You are the new chair of the Multnomah County Democrats. Everybody on mute.
Congratulations.
Congratulations.
Yay,
Michael.
Welcome,
All
welcome.
right.
Yeah, go Michael.
Yay.
Thank you.
We
so
I'm
know
much.
gonna change
when.
my name and you change yours. Thank you. I'm so glad to have you as the new leader of our organization.
I was. Thank you, Julio, for your service, and thank you to all of the outgoing officers for yours as well. The next item on the agenda and my first act as chair is to declare the 5-minute break that we've got scheduled. And we're actually doing good. We're running a little bit early. So we'll try to keep your computers open so you don't have to relog in, and we'll take a 5-minute break on the clock.
Okay, all right.
Honestly, Michael, I kind of miss your beard.
All right, folks, that's 5 minutes. If you're still in the bathroom, it is time to get out. Okay, so next on the agenda, we've got the election of the remaining officers, and we're going to start with the uncontested elections first. We're going to start with the election for treasurer, where we currently have one candidate. And that is Zachary Mulnix. Hopefully I'm pronouncing that correctly. Would you be wanting to make a brief speech, Zachary? Is Zachary on the call? Hi, Marcia. It looks like you have your hand up. And Marcia, you're muted.
Now I'm not.
No, you're not.
Hello. Did you want to say hello? Hello. Congratulations.
Oh, hi, thank you. I thought you had your hand up regarding the treasurer candidate being on the line.
Oh,
I see that Zach Mulnix is here, and I've asked him to unmute.
Hi, sorry, can you guys see me?
Hey,
yes, we can see
there
you.
he is.
So I was on the phone with
Oh.
Gretchen. So
All right, if you'd like to talk, go ahead. And I see that it looks like candidates have 3 minutes that are for officer. So go ahead.
oh, great. Yeah, so my name is Zach Mulnix. I work in the finance industry, and I just wanted to get more involved in the Multnomah Democrats and get involved locally. So I thought that I'd apply for this spot, and seems like no one else is running for it. So I'm happy to step up, and Gretchen was telling me about the job and what I can do. And I think that's well within my ability to help out locally. I don't really have anything else to say. If you guys want questions, I can certainly answer them.
All right, thank you, Zach. Mike Smith, I see that you have your hand up.
Yes, Mr. Chair, but this is for a point of personal privilege. Demetrios, I see that you're on the meeting and you're a valid voter. I need you to send me an email address that I can send you a PIN number. So please put that in chat at your earliest convenience. Now, with that, I do have a question for Zach. He mentioned grad student. Zach, could you talk a little bit about your qualifications?
No, not a grad student. I have a degree in economics from Sac State, and I work in the finance industry here locally at a large broker dealer. So I'm an investment consultant technically. It's sort of like help individuals with income retirement. So I just want to get more involved here locally. I don't really have a background in accounting, but I was talking with Gretchen, and I think it's well within my.
All right, thank you, Zach. Oh, sorry. Dean, you had your hand up.
Yes, thank you. 2 questions. First off, what degree is it? Is it bachelor's, master's, PhD, et cetera? And second, are you able to attend every meeting that you'll be required to? Because that's one of the biggest issues around here, that we need to have people attending those meetings. And those are my only 2 questions.
Yeah, so it's been a hectic year, and I haven't attended meetings before. I attended one of these back in August, and so I haven't had an opportunity to fully talk with someone about how many meetings there are. What Gretchen informed me is that there's quarterly donation things that to attend and drop the checks off, and any cash that we have with the actual treasury company that we do the actual accounting through. I'm not really traveling until this time next year, so I think I can make most commitments, if not all commitments. If you could elaborate on what you expect, then I can give you a better detailed answer.
Yes, I just mean
All right, Deanne, we're going to take the next question if y'all want to talk about it on
Thank you.
chat.
I was keeping time, and we're just at time now.
Okay, thank you, Amber. So Miguel and Bing, I'm going to, oh, I'm keeping time as well. I'm going to ask that you ask your questions in chat or save your questions for a personal conversation unless you have a point of order. Miguel, did you just have a question?
Very simple. Why he's
Okay,
being
Miguel, I'm sorry, we're out of time, so your question's out of order for now, but you can
Well-
talk with Zach later.
excuse me, you asked me a question in letter retreat. You know,
So if you had a point of order, you could mention it, but I think that you had a question for Zach. Okay.
That's
All
the
right.
question for that.
Well, we're out of time for that. I'm sorry, Miguel. Okay, well, in that case, we will move to vote Zach in by acclamation if there are no objections. And I'll ask that hands be put down from the previous conversation. Okay. Seeing none, going once, going twice, going 3 times. We will officially have Zach as our new treasurer. Congratulations, Zach Molnix, everybody.
Yay.
Welcome.
Okay, the next is technology officer. That is Aaron Levine. And Aaron, am I pronouncing your last name correctly? I think it might be Levine and I just screwed it up, but.
Nope, you were correct. Aaron
Oh,
Levine.
Levine, okay. Someone else pronounced it wrong to me then the other day. But Aaron Levine, congratulations, presumptively. Would you like to take a moment to say something or answer some questions?
Yes, shame on that person who mispronounced my last name. Yes, I would like to make a statement. Yes, excited to be your technology officer for the next term. We have an ambitious agenda that I'm sure our admin team will need to further establish, but I know that we're committed to, at least speaking on behalf of communications officer candidate Britton Taylor and myself, a youth movement in the Multnomah Democrats. For many years, we have been a organization that has tended toward the elder statesperson, which we value your commitment and your dedication to our organization as well. But we are looking to expand our youth ranks. We have been quite underserved in the youth demographic. And so we will be continuing our commitment to recruiting, enabling, and bridging the gap to the future leaders of this county. And this, perhaps, as you may have heard in the opening video from Barack Obama, President Obama, you know, what happens at the city influences the state, influences the country and the world. So that is our ambitious agenda for this upcoming term, as well as committing again to continuing our fundraising efforts, our get out the vote efforts that we really, succeeded in dramatically under our first vice chair, Marcia Schneider, continuing that ambitious agenda. So, you know, giving a recap of what to expect for the next 2 years, I'm very excited to be part of this organization once again. I would encourage that our admin team understand that we may differ in our opinions at times, but that we are agreeing to be committed to furthering the mission of this organization, which is available on our website, and really empowering folks. That's our motto, is empowering people. So continuing to do that good work and establishing just, you know, really the most forward-thinking agenda and statement of principles that we can. So thank you so much. And I don't know if this is really an opportunity for questions. I think it's more of a statement, you know, from myself, but I look forward to hearing from you and working with you. Thank you.
Thank you, Aaron. And I'll just clarify, I will allow some questions if people want to use their speech time for that. So they've got 3 minutes if they want to use part of that for questions. I will do that. Beyond that, we won't have time for questions because the agenda doesn't allow for it. All right, any points of order before we elect Aaron Levine as our technology officer again for another awesome 2 years? Going once, going twice. I see confetti. I don't see any hands up. So congratulations, Aaron.
Thank you.
All right, next on the agenda, we have a second vice chair, which I am seeing is by acclamation. I just want to confirm that with Lisa that we don't have a second candidate. She's shaking her head yes.
That's correct. The Honorable Elizabeth Dixon withdrew her candidacy.
Okay, thank you, Lisa. And that is the honor of Vice Chair 2 then will be going to Kathy Paspalis. And I'll turn it over to you, Kathy, if you'd like to say something.
Hi, thank you. I'm going to be short and sweet. Thank you for the opportunity to serve our county as Vice Chair 2 for our party. I'm really grateful for Lisa Morrison's ongoing guidance and advice and support as I take on this work. I'm also a candidate for SCC as I would like to have a voice at the state level as well. I know my experience will serve our Multnomah County Dems well. I will ask for your 5 stars for me for SCC. Thank you. Done.
All right, thank you, Kathy. Short and sweet. I really appreciated that. Did you want to answer any questions? Was there anybody that wanted to say anything before we move to elect Miss Paspalis by acclamation? Okay, Miguel, I see that you have your hand raised.
Chair, second, what is your vision to help the Multnomah County to bring diversity?
And I think, Kathy, the question was, what's your vision to help bring diversity to Multnomah County?
What is my vision for bringing diversity?
Yeah.
Well, we have to be open to everyone, and I will work on it. I'm an out lesbian, so I'm hoping that helps on some level. You know, I've got 3 minutes, and I'm not going to go into that whole. So that's a long and broad subject that I'm not going to get into within the time I have left on my 3-minute ticker. So happy to discuss it later. This
Okay.
is not the.
Thank you, Miguel. Thanks, Kathy. Anything else from anyone before we move to elect Kathy Paspalis as VC2? Going once, going twice. All right. Without objection, Kathy, you are our new Vice Chair 2 for the Multnomah County Democrats. Thank you so much. Congratulations. All right. Next up, we have our election for first Vice Chair. And we have 3 candidates that are running in that election. Jonna Rosetto, Kelly McCurdy, and Shawnee Harris Bagwell. And I'll just go in that order because that's how they're listed on the website. Jonna Rosetto, are you on the line, and would you like to take the opportunity to make a statement? Does anybody see Jonna on the line that would like to speak up and see if they're trying to say something?
She's muted.
Okay.
Okay, can you hear me now?
We can hear you now. Yes, thank you, Jonna.
You're welcome. Congratulations. I'm looking forward to working with you if I get nominated. I've been a Democrat almost my entire life, and I have worked with senators, representatives, and when I go to Washington, D.C., I always drop in and say hi to our senators and our House of Representatives. I also live in a retirement home, a retirement community. And when I walked in here 11 years ago, the first question is, would you like to run for PCP? And I have done it every year, every 2 years. Lisa keeps tabs on me on that one. I feel a very strong relationship with my Democratic Party, and I would really like to, work with my community.
All right, thank you so much, Jonna. We appreciate
You're
it.
welcome.
And there's 2 minutes left. Would you like to answer any questions? I see that Deanne has a question.
Not, the question is, I'm looking forward to being with my future Democrats.
Okay, great. Deanne, you had a question?
Yes, yes. What do you plan to do in order to expand diversity, particularly age diversity, neurodiversity, and ethnic and cultural diversity?
Can you repeat the question?
Yeah, yes. What do you plan to do to expand diversity, including neurodiversity, cultural diversity, and ethnic diversity? I apologize. I'm in a room where I have to wear this mask.
It's okay. That's a hard question. I think my standards are working with all types of people, young, old, middle age. I feel very strong about that. I do work with my community people here at Courtyard, and we do talk about the political field a lot because I'm mostly involved with this. And I really feel it's my duty to help the community as much as I can, and also help the community on the outside where I live.
Oh, thank you. Bing, did you have a quick question? We've got about 15 seconds left.
Yes, my question is about the duties of Vice Chair 1. One of the main duties is training PCPs on how to be PCPs, and also being able to take over for the chair when needed. I'd like to hear something about that. Thank you.
John, I'll give you 30 seconds.
I can help as many people as I can on this committee as PC, as vice chair. I will also train them to help me out. At the same time, I can help them out on different projects that need to be done for the Democratic Party. I've also feel like I can be a service to them. At the same time, I can be a service to myself.
All right, thank you, Jonna.
You're welcome.
Okay, and our next candidate is Kelly McCurdy.
Hello, thank you. I have prepared a statement. I'll get started right now. So first of all, hello, everyone. My name is Kelly McCurdy. And first of all, I do share with my other candidates a progressive value set that guides my platform priorities, specifically broadening our body to reflect the breadth of our party tent by meaningfully targeting our communities of colors, our LGBTQIA and disabled communities, and especially the youth of our community. And I can support these values as VC1 with my 3 main priorities. First, which is PCP support and engagement. This means strengthening our internal and external communications by increasing the modes of our communication and applying professional outreach strategies, which I have experience in, to these communications in close partnership with our communications committee. This also means clear delineation of the roles of PCPs, HDLs, and ADLs, making the information that's in our bylaws and the institutional knowledge and resources that already exist and make them public and available, and thus working to mitigate and eliminate these barriers to entry and access for all of these people who have taken the initiative to join our party. And then this also means working with the chair to maximize the value of our time in our central committee meetings. I can do this by using my professional experience in virtual facilitation to provide clear communication and training on how to engage in our meetings. That means specifically clear and regular communicated guidelines to using Robert's Rules of Order, clear virtual facilitation strategies to help us adhere to our agendas and timelines, and clear and regularly communicated guides to our PCPs to support their community members who they represent in sharing their voices in our party, equipping them to actively engage in our meetings efficiently and with purpose. Secondly, this means leveraging my position as CA&E Vice Chair, the Central Committee of Community Action and Engagement. Leveraging this position means also strengthening our communications, particularly in service of recruiting and outreach of and to our PCPs using demographic data and strategic planning. So I have a vision of working with my standing committee members and with other leaders to make sure that our PCPs know how to engage in the roles that allow their unique skills and passions to shine in a way that's sustainable and respects work-life balance. My third and final priority is to expand our youth outreach, which you've heard a little bit about already. We have local and engaged youth in spades in our community, and they're required to log volunteer hours to earn a high school diploma, and they desperately want to get involved. We have so many opportunities to tap into this pool of energy and to recruit party members that have longevity and fresh perspective while providing them a legitimate and meaningful way for students and other young people to get involved. Most importantly, this is the type of program that I have experience and know-how to launch and sustain. Overall, I'm excited to apply my skills and energy to serve this party in any capacity that I can. I think that this position is about making our party move forward, and I hope that you consider giving me 5 stars so that I can show you how I can help maximize this position over the next 2 years as VC1. I welcome your questions and support in the chat.
Thank you, Kelly. And they will have to be chat questions because that was all 3 minutes just about perfectly. So nice job. And our last candidate is Shawnee Harris Bagwell.
Hey y'all, in these few years as your representative to the SCC and Platforms Resolutions Committee, I've proven my commitment to justice and to the Oregon Democrats. I've been described as persistent, bold, savvy, fierce, no nonsense, and fastidious, and I am. I am steadfast in my convictions and detailed in my research and explanations. I will always fight for what's right, even when it's scary. Being a teacher for over 25 years and currently being a political organizer and strategist, I'm uniquely qualified to continue the work of training and organizing PCPs that Marcia Schneider begun, which is why she endorsed me. I see this seat as an organizing opportunity, and I've already been giving presentations on how to become a PCP around town, which have brought in quite a few new people into the party. I want to continue being a bridge between the Democratic Party and communities of color. I've worked with allies across counties here in Oregon to create an alliance with the rural Black and gun owners caucuses, and I'm working to expand that alliance to other caucuses. I believe that we're stronger together and would be proud to use my position to continue uniting the organizing work of the party across the state. I am also committed to bringing more non-active voting Black, Indigenous, and other people of color into the party as well, using fun and creative social media platforms, but I need your help. I need you all to vote me 5 stars for Vice Chair 1 so I can bring my much needed Black, queer, neurodivergent feminist lens to the executive committee. Check out my website. It's been dropped into the chat, and you can see who supports me. You can see where my values lie, and you can also see how qualified I am to take on this position and how ready I am to continue this work. If I have any time left, I gladly accept any questions.
Thank you, Shawnee. And you've got 1 minute and 15 left. All right, I am not seeing any questions going once. Oh, Ruth, go ahead. Got about 1 minute.
Johnny, thank you for running. And you have my vote.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Ruth. Aaron, go ahead.
Yes, Shawnee, thank you so much for running. I do have a question. Do you have other commitments that might preclude you from having full attendance at Multnomah's meetings, exec admin, and central committee?
At this time, I do not.
Okay, great. No more questions going once, going twice. Okay. Oh, Layla, we've got about 20 seconds, so keep it quick.
Okay. I support you, Shani, but I'd like you to explain a little bit more about your teaching experience and your work with education. Thank you so much.
I have taught preschool through high school. And I teach adults the same way. So I tend to gear the PCP trainings that I have envisioned to really hit all of the learning points, but also to be engaging and fun, because I believe that even as adults, we still learn through play. So I want to find fun ways to engage people and get them into this party. Thank you for that question.
Okay, that'll have to be our last question. And with that, we're going to be, I believe, sending out star voting ballots now. And Mike, I will defer to you on this. Is this one of the ones for which people will have until January 25th to vote, or does this take place
No,
Today.
Nope, this takes place today, Mr. Chair. And I believe we have a window of 15 minutes to vote. I have posted the link to the ballot in chat. I will leave it to others to email it out to folks, and I'll keep posting it to chat every once in a while. Again, please use your unique 8-digit PIN number, and then next, go ahead and rate each candidate from 0 stars to 5 stars. The candidates are presented in random order to avoid top of the ballot bias. And once you're done rating each candidate, go ahead and click submit.
Okay, so the way that I am interpreting the agenda, what we're going to be doing is 15 minutes of voting. Nothing's going to be happening during that time unless you have questions about your ballots or clarifications about PIN numbers and so forth. And I will stay on here to answer those. And then balloting will be done in 15 minutes, to reiterate what Mr. Smith said. Kayvon, you have a question.
Yeah, just a question about the form. It gives you the option of resubmitting another response. And I'm just wondering if that just keeps overriding your response or if there's a potential issue.
That's an excellent question. Per our rules, if you vote more than once, the final time that you vote will be the vote that counts.
Thank you.
But we discourage people from voting multiple times because that just makes things messy.
Brian, go ahead. You've got your hand up.
One second. So can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. So that means once we are done voting, we should close the window.
Yeah, go ahead and close the window.
Thank
you. Kate.
I want to say that was very easy. I like it.
Awesome.
Thank you.
I only have to use this pencil.
There should be a way to prevent multiple.
It's very fascinating.
Miguel, I think you need to mute yourself. Okay, sorry. Go ahead, Kate.
Yeah, thank you. I think there should be a way to prevent multiple submissions on Google Forms.
I know that there is. I'll defer to Mike. I think we do that.
Well, there is. Unfortunately, we also have people who are 2 or 3 to a single computer. And if we were to prevent them from voting, then that would, of course, violate the integrity of the election. Ergo, we have the PIN numbers. And we would ask, this is why every voter is identified by a unique 8-digit PIN.
That PIN number idea is inspired. That's a really good idea.
Well, thank you, Moses. And if we really like the idea, then I'm going to encourage the executive committee to help us build a better system to make it easier to use.
I wanted to just take a moment to acknowledge that I know we've got some folks on the phone who may not have the ability to raise their hand in Zoom. Is anybody on the phone needing to ask a question? Please speak up if so.
Hey, this is Eddie. I still don't have a pen.
Eddie, according to our records, you're not a PCP.
Well, there you go. Wait, but I got elected.
I'm having a problem now.
Were you elected a PCP? Because you're not on our county report.
Yeah, I think I had like 700 votes or something like that.
600.
Madam, so Lisa, can you confirm whether or not Eddie is on the county report? Because according to the folks that I've talked to, Eddie is not on the county report.
Yeah, I'm sorry to say, Eddie, you are not on the list of PCPs from the county. Your name never came through to us as an elected PCP.
That's strange. This is Hugh Harris, also PCP. We were on the same ballot, and I looked up the Multnomah County precinct election results for May 17th of 2022. We were both listed, and he had 654 votes or something like that, and was for District 5006, same as me.
Okay, Eddie, in that case, I'm gonna have to leave it to the chair as to whether to allow you to vote. It does happen that occasionally the county simply drops a name, and then we have to go back and tell the county you missed somebody, and that might be what happened in this case. Generally speaking, unfortunately, we rely on the county to be the gold standard for whether or not somebody is a PCP, and but they do drop names occasionally.
Okay, well, Rise, I'll get to your question in just a moment. Michael and Lisa, what I would propose is whether can we maybe provisionally give Eddie a PIN number and audit it after the election, or would that be too, if it would make a difference in the final result?
So we could give Eddie a PIN number, and if it does make a difference, then we'll have to address that later.
Point of information from Eddie, you should have received a certificate from the county of election at the same time you received your city council certificate of election. That should be proof enough if it's in the same envelope.
Yeah, I don't want to stall the process. I can go back and fix this later. I am sending you a screenshot of the Multnomah County elections result that has me on there. But I don't want to slow down the process for you.
Okay, well, I'll review that as soon as possible, and okay, and we'll try and get that in before the deadline. Thanks, Eddie, and we'll work something out if not. Rise, you had your hand up, and hopefully I'm pronouncing your name right.
How do we vote?
Yes.
So Jonna, there's a link in the meeting chat, but I'll let y'all handle that in chat for now, because Mr. Scholes has his hand up, and I'm trying to address his question. You're muted, I think, Rise. And it looks like you did unmute yourself, but your audio is not coming through. I'm sorry. Maybe you can select a different audio device to speak into. Okay. All right. Martin Mendelson, you had your hand up, and then I'll get to Miguel.
Okay, I'm holding up the certificate that each of us receives when we're elected PCPs. Eddie, you should have received one of these. If not, you need to go to the county and get one for yourself. Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you, Martin. Miguel, you had a question or point.
Yeah, Eddie, that happened to me. I did not receive it. I went to the office in Multnomah County. The guy apologized because the computer did not put me as a certificate. He have it in his desk. He have a bunch of it. He told me, hey, this is a bunch of PCP from Multnomah County that we don't know what to do. Go there, he get it. He have it in his office. He's waiting for people claiming it.
All right, thank you, Miguel. Rise, your hand is still up. Did you are you able to talk now? Yeah, it's still not working. I'm sorry. If you want to ask your question in the chat, I can read it out loud and see if we can address it. For Lisa or Mike, if Eddie has sent you that. Oh, here's the results. Never mind. I see the link. Okay. Kayvon, go ahead.
Hey, yeah, real quick. Based on what Miguel just said, if there are multiple candidates that information is not getting out to them, like the certificate, that might be something that we as a party, our vice chairs maybe should reach out to the county and see if there's sort of any way we can facilitate that transfer or that information being passed to them.
Okay, that sounds good. And then Kathy Jackson, you've got your hand up. Go ahead.
Yeah, I cannot access the form on my iPad.
Okay, maybe there's a way you can have a chat conversation with Mike or Lisa and see if that problem can get resolved. I don't know.
It's a
without
problem.
seeing-
It's a problem with between iPads and Google Forms.
Oh, okay. Is there another device you can access it on, perhaps?
No.
Okay. Let's see. Lisa, you've got your hand up, and Kathy, I will come back to you. Go ahead.
Yeah, we'll see if we can bring Kathy into the troubleshooting room if her iPad will cooperate with that, see if we can figure something out for her. And second, for Eddie, this is simply a call on your behalf to the Multnomah County elections to ask them to investigate your not being on the report. Thanks.
Okay, here's what I'm gonna do real quick. Well, you know what? I'm not a host, so I can't share my screen. I'm gonna put the direct link in chat that has the PCP report that shows that Eddie was an elected PCP in the May 2022 primary election. And what I'm gonna do, I would like to allow Eddie to vote if there are no objections to that.
So, Mr. Chair, for what it's worth, based on the report that Eddie sent, I've already sent Eddie a PIN number.
Okay, wonderful, thank you. So I'll address questions, assuming they are not objections, but if there's an objection, just raise your hand and I'll get to you. Greg?
Thanks. I was wondering if someone could put a link to the VC1 candidate statements in the chat for me.
Looks like Robin did that. Thank you, Robin. And Liz Dixon. Oh, Liz, you're muted. Sorry, Liz, you're still muted. You should be able to.
There we go.
Oh, there
Can
you
you
go.
hear me now?
Yes.
I still have the same concern. How do I vote? Where do I go to vote?
So there should be a link in the chat.
I'm
and
not seeing it.
If someone can repost that.
Elizabeth, I'll go ahead and email you the link, okay?
Thank you.
You just reposted it again.
Okay. Okay.
Pete, you've got your hand up.
Just a quick question. I couldn't remember if we got Hugh or Eddie their PIN number, but I also went directly to the Multnomah County Elections website and saw that both Hugh and Eddie were PCPs elected in May. So I just thought I'd put that out there. Thank you.
Thank you, Pete. It looks like we did get Eddie his PIN number, and I don't think Hugh had a problem. I think he was already listed. So correct me if I'm wrong, Hugh or Eddie, but I think that that's correct. Moses, you've got your hand up.
That's correct. Thank you.
Oh, I just was going to, thank you, Chair. I was going to propose that the new Vice Chair one or the credentialing committee take on this, investigate the situation here, because it made the incongruity between that's been highlighted by Eddie and him not being in our records. Sounds like this might be a little an ad hoc committee that we might want to form. So I'm just putting that out there. Thank you.
Moses, I'm fine noting that and bringing it up at our next executive committee meeting. Would that suffice, or would you like to make a motion?
Oh, very much so. Very much so.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Okay. There are 2 minutes left on voting. Thank you, Amber. I'm going to take Tom since I don't think he has spoken as much as
I admit I'm looking for my PIN number right now. I hope we get to just give us a couple more minutes on the voting. There's 2 of us voting in the same system. Thank you.
We're trying to get Kathy Jackson into our troubleshooting room, so just hang on here.
Okay.
I just wanted to let you know that I'm okay. I figured it out.
Okay now. She's okay. Never mind.
Thank you, Kathy.
All
Miguel, you've got your hand up.
Well, I want to remind me what the election president told me from Multnomah County was a little glitch in addressing, sending the certificate. For one reason, the computer, printed, everything was sent, but a lot of things was sent back due to there was a circle, a letter or something, or maybe either because they have a bunch of it in his desk. So I was thinking that he have it, he checked everyone. And mine was the loot the address, but they not loot the PO box that I read in my mail. Is that because he apologized? Because some people have a PO box like me to receive mail. He did not loot that, so they send it to the physical address. It has well returned back.
Okay.
But stuff like that happen in with the computer system. They not check that it's a PO box or a mailbox or anything like that.
All right, thank you, Miguel. It looks like we may be about out of time. I'm going to take Tom Karwacki's question.
Sure. So it's saying that we're about to close the rooms, the breakout rooms.
What email do they?
And we're still voting. Is this really?
I'm trying to get my PIN.
No, that is it. That's not, that doesn't relate to the voting going on. Sorry, we were trying to open a troubleshooting room to talk with Kathy. So all rooms had to open at the same and I closed them. So
okay.
Just ignore that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you,
You
Lisa.
need a motion to extend voting for a minute.
Well, that would seem to suggest yes. I would entertain that motion, yes. And who is it making the motion?
It was Danny. This is Danny.
Johnny Harris, Badwell.
Okay, Danny, I hear the motion in a second. Amber, you were saying something?
I just said I would second.
Okay, and Kelly, Kelly was seconding as well. All right, there's a motion on the floor to extend voting by a minute. And is there, well, I think that Jeff, I'll defer to you, but I don't know that this is a question where we need discussion.
I need my PIN.
This is a little unusual in that you usually don't have a time period for voting. I would handle it similar to, say, changing time for debate, and it would not be debatable.
Did you join the meeting?
That'd be my opinion.
Okay, thank you, Jeff. That was my thought as well. This is a motion that's not debatable. So we'll just take a straight up or down vote. Well, actually, why don't I do this? Miguel and Tom, if you could put your hand down briefly. I'll ask if there are any objections to extending voting by a minute. Dean, are you objecting?
Yeah, the primary concern is that man has the right path. So like, if we extend it for like 2 or 3 minutes instead, or could that motion be amended real quick?
I don't, given that this is not debatable, I don't think we can entertain motions to amend either. Jeff, is that right?
You can amend, actually. Debatable and amendable are 2 separate concerns.
Oh, okay, so there's a motion to amend to 3 minutes.
Until 1:57.
I will just say I think that's reasonable. Use some chair privilege there. Are there any objections to a 3-minute extension of the voting timeline? And I'm looking for hands yet. Not seeing any hands. I'm gonna set the timer for an additional 3 minutes.
Is there any way I can vote?
See if you can get Jonna into the. Jonna.
Michael, somebody else.
Jonna, sorry, I was muted. Jonna, I think Mike Smith may be wanting to address that. I'll call on him and then we'll see if we can get you plugged in.
Actually, this wasn't for Jonna. This is for Tom Sinsick. Tom, I emailed you a pin. Have you gotten it? I need a yes or no.
All right, while we're waiting on Tom, Jonna, I'm going to send you the link to vote again. We've got just over 2 minutes left.
Did the fact I said 157 in that, does that affect it going until 158? I'm just a little bit concerned. I kind of that kind of caused that to end at 157 to 158 just formally. Just
Oh no, I may have misstated it as 3 minutes, but we should be fine. Or I'm interpreting it as 3 minutes if there's nobody that's going to object to that. All right.
May I clarify something? I got my pin. I voted.
Go ahead, Tom.
They went for the same email because we're working off of one system, but with 2 different pins. Will they then both be counted?
Yeah, they'll both. The pin is what identifies your email. I want to make this clear to everybody because we've seen several questions about this, which are, so just so we're all on the same page, you identify your ballot is identified by your unique PIN number. Whatever email account might end up getting tied by Google to your ballot doesn't matter. If 2 pins happen to go to the same email address, some of that's unavoidable. But as long as you use your PIN for your ballot, it will count as long as you're a qualified voter.
Jonna, I just pasted the ballot in the chat again. So you should be, it's the most recent post. You should be able to click that and vote. Got about 30 seconds left.
One more clarification, because does our name get attached to the pin or is just the pin itself?
Well, that's a really good question. The PIN is attached to your name and your email address. However, that information is kept confidential unless there is an absolute need to disclose it.
Because Sally's may have been attached to my name and mine was attached to my name. So, but they were separate votes.
As long as there are 2 different pins, that's what counts. You did use 2 different pins, right?
Definitely.
All right, that's time. Are there any points of order or questions before we close voting? Mike, is your hand up again? Or
No, I'm just overloaded.
Oh, okay. Lisa, go ahead.
My hand has been up for a long time.
Oh, I'm sorry, Sally. It blended into Lisa. I'm going to call on Sally first. Your hand blended
I
into
just saw that Reese Scholes did not get his PIN, and since his microphone isn't working, he put it in chat. And also, I wanted to be sure that Elizabeth Dixon got the ballot because she had said something about that.
Okay, thank you, Sally. And it is pronounced Reese. Oh,
Reese, yes.
Okay, thank you. Lisa, you've got your hand up.
Yes, I did get it. And I
Okay.
voted.
Thank you, Liz.
I wanted to check to see if Jonna was able to successfully manipulate her ballot, and if not, if she would be willing to email me her votes within the next minute as a way to make sure you're counted.
Okay, thank you, Lisa. And Jonna, if you wanted to speak up, I got, it looks like Reese said that he might also have a error because of the county's records. I see that Reese was also a PCP in that election. I don't know if there was a question about that, Lisa.
No, Reese is here because he is a credentialed PCP on the report.
Okay, great. Let's see. All right, are there any other hands, any other questions that need addressing, or anybody who has not had the opportunity to vote yet? Aaron, go ahead.
Hey, folks. I would like to just make sure that everybody has had a chance to locate their PIN numbers that they were messaged out in the last 24 hours. And if you have any issues locating your PIN, please email me. That is the fastest way to get a response. And in general, I'm continuing to watch support emails come in. So if you are having trouble voting, please email me technology, the word technology, at multdems.org, and I will do my best to assist.
Okay, thank you, Aaron. I see that Reese was still saying that he has no PIN. And it's a little bit unusual, I think, for the chair to propose this, but just for the sake of making sure everybody has the opportunity to vote, we've got a communications officer election coming up by acclamation and a 10-minute break scheduled for 3. We're actually running about an hour early. So what I would like to do is, if there aren't any objections, to just continue voting for those few people who still aren't able to until the end of that 10-minute break. We'll do the county or the communications officer by acclamation, and then we'll come back and address recording secretary. Are there any objections to that? Pete, go ahead.
Not an objection. Mr. Chair, I just want to say that General Roberts has always promoted, a little bit of flexibility with the rules just for the good of the order, and, we're ahead of time and all that stuff. And I think what you're proposing is good. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Pete. JJ.
I was going to say, technically the chair doesn't propose motions generally, but I would be happy to make a motion to extend voting until after we do the acclamation ones.
Okay, thank you, JJ. I think it needs a second as well. All right, thank you. We've got a motion and a second, and then I'll ask for any objections to that. Okay, seeing none, the motion is adopted. So what we're going to do is we're just going to move on to the communications officer election by acclamation. We're then going to take our 10-minute break, and we're going to come back and do the recording secretary election. Thank you, JJ, and thanks, Pete. Okay. All right, so our communications candidate is Britton Taylor. I know that Britton is on the call, and he'll have 3 minutes to make a speech, and if he wants to answer questions. Go ahead, Britton.
Hi there, can you hear me?
We can.
Great, thanks for having me. I've been comms chair now for a little over 6 months. I've really enjoyed it, and I look forward to continuing the work. We've gotten a lot of stuff done, but there's so much more to still do. We need to make this organization younger, more diverse. And in terms of communications, there's so much more we can do to educate people about what's going on, get more people involved in our community and what's important, and rally the troops and empower everyone to do everything that we can possibly do to advance democratic goals and values. So I very much look forward to continuing my role as comms chair and comms officer, and thank you everyone for coming and participating.
Great, thank you, Britton. Did you want to take any questions from anybody? You've got about 2
Sure,
minutes left.
absolutely.
Okay. All right, I'm not seeing any questions. If anybody has questions, go ahead and raise your hand. Julio says Britton is awesome. All right, Pete, you've got your hand raised.
Great question.
I'll keep it super brief. This is something that we've been working on at the DNC. I'm also the vice chair for the State Party of Oregon. It's been tough, but I look forward to working with all the new officers for Mulco to perhaps meet for coffee and share with you a bit of what I've been working on and what I'm seeing.
Okay, great. Thanks so much. Kevin, next.
Yeah, hi. Is your background in marketing and advertising?
Yeah, I've worked at White & Kennedy for 15 years. That's the big advertising firm in Portland. And I just left to go freelance. So I now have my own strategic consulting business here in Portland.
Okay.
Very good. Thank you. Thank you.
Sure.
Thank you. And then Liz Dixon, you had your hand up next.
Yes, I'd just like to ask, how do you feel about when you say keep our organization and bring in younger people? These people, are you talking about those people that are educated in the history of Multnomah County? Because I know that education and the history of Multnomah County has not been taught in the public schools. So can you expound on the skills and the talent and the goals that younger people would have to be able to take this organization to another level, or to be able to grow?
Yeah, I want to bring anyone into this organization who is passionate about what we believe in and our platform. One of the things that I did do with Celsius, I invited 2 students from every high school in Portland to come to that event, and it was really inspiring to see those young students meet their elected officials, shake hands with Jeff Merkley. So that's the kind of outreach that I want to do. The more people that we can bring into our big tent, I think the more that we'll be able to advance our cause.
All right, thank you, Robin. I'm sorry, I think we're out of time.
Okie doke.
Okay. We are about to take our 10-minute break though. So if y'all want to talk during that time, you're more than welcome to. All right. So we're going to take a 10-minute break. I will stick around to the extent that I can be helpful for any questions about the ballots. I think that Lisa and Mike may be the more knowledgeable people about those PIN numbers, since they've been working on it for a long time, but I'll be here.
Don't we have to vote on Britain?
Oh, you know what? You're completely right. I'm sorry. We will be voting on Britain by acclamation. Are there any
By
objections to
acclamation.
that?
He's just by acclamation.
Okay. All right. Britain, thank you. Your
Good catch,
congratulations.
Lisa.
Thank you.
You're in by acclamation. Looking
Thanks
forward
so
to
much,
working with you.
everybody. Appreciate you all.
Can you generate a last list out of Zoom?
So Michael, is our break starting, and does that mean we're coming back at 2:17?
I haven't started the timer yet, but yes, 2:17 would be right. Thank you, Robin.
All right, Reese, you should have your PIN number. Look for an email from me. That's mike@mikesmithfororegon.com. It has your PIN number in there. And just as a reminder, per Chair Burleson's earlier ruling, we will keep the balloting open until 2:17.
And this is the time for the slideshow, and Lisa's requested soundtrack. Is that correct?
I'll defer to you, Lisa.
Did I request a sound check? I'll take it.
Oh, no, that's it. Oh, soundtrack, but it's time for the slideshow right now, right?
Yeah,
Okay.
thanks. And do you need to be host or co-host? We'll do it.
Robin should have co-host rights, and yes.
Here we go. We're not hearing sound, just FYI.
These photos are lovely. Robin, if you're having trouble with your sound sharing, if you stop share and share again and enable the sound, there's a box you can check when you're sharing. But actually, I think you're using an external speaker, so that would be a different setup anyway. But the photos are lovely.
hear it.
Just the other day on my street, I tried to catch your eyes as you went rolling by. What's that I hear? That's my favorite song, coming from your headset as you sing along. I love you, Mary. Yes, I love you too, Jane. We should get together. Let's play our favorite game one more time. Make some music, yeah. Let you blow my mind. And we're gonna have a party. Celebrate till we get. Turn the radio up. Oh, that's my favorite song. That's my favorite beat, yeah. My favorite song. Let's do some favorite song. Make some music. Oh, that would be so fun. My favorite song. I'm gonna tell you fashion, show might be surprised. There's people in this world, and we're getting organized. You bound to lose, you fascists bound to lose. All you fascists bound to lose. All you fascists bound to lose. All
to give everybody a 2-minute warning.
Mirror, mirror on the wall, don't say it 'cause I know I'm cute. Mirror, mirror to my drawers, LV all on my shoes. I be dripping so much sauce, got a bit looking like Grey Goose. Lit up like a crystal ball, that's cool, baby, so is you. That's how I roll. If I'm shining, everybody wanna shine. Yeah, I'm gold. I was born like this, don't even gotta try. Sorry. Mirror, mirror on the wall, don't say it 'cause I know I'm cute. Mirror to my drawers, LV all on my shoes. I be dripping so much sauce, got a bit looking like Grey Goose. Lit up like a crystal ball, that's cool, baby, so is you. That's how I roll. If I'm shining, everybody wanna shine. Yeah, I'm gold. I was born like this, don't even gotta try. I like shining, make it better over time. Heard you say I'm not the baddest bitch you like. Ain't my
All right, sorry about that glitch at the end.
I'm still good.
The hold music here is so much better than Kaiser.
Okay, put this coffee cup up. Oh.
All right. That
Mr.
is our
Chair.
10-minute break.
Mr. Chair, shall I close the balloting?
I will look for hands if there are any objections for just a couple of seconds. Seeing none, yes. Thank you, Rules Chair. Mike Smith, I will ask that you close the balloting. I want to go back and address something that I should have brought up right at the beginning of the elections. Give me just a moment. Which is that I believe we need to provisionally appoint Patch Perryman as recording secretary for the rest of this meeting, which I would like to do by acclamation. And so if there are no objections, we'll appoint Patch Perryman to continue taking minutes. I believe he has been. Patch, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm not opposed to the idea. I'm just saying, one more time, my friends, one more time. Thank you all.
Thank you, Patch, for your service. Thank you for doing it, even though I didn't say so earlier. And I'm not seeing any objections. So by it's not by acclamation, I don't think. I think it's just there's another word that I'm lacking. But anyway.
Unanimous consent.
Unanimous consent. Thank you, JJ. By unanimous consent, you will be recording secretary for the remainder of the meeting. Okay, and now comes our election for recording secretary. Okay, and this is a officer position for which we do not have anybody running. That means that under our bylaws, there will be nominations from the floor. Do we have any nominations? Sally, I see that you've got your hand up. Sally, you briefly unmuted. Okay, there we go.
I got. We have among us person who is an expert on Robert's Rules, parliamentary procedure, and how to write minutes. And I would like to nominate Larry Taylor for the position of recording secretary.
Okay, do we have a second for that? Lisa, is that a second or is that a
No
nomination?
seconds are needed for nominations.
Oh, thank you.
Sorry, didn't mean to break in.
So I think that the order I need to take it in is to address Larry's nomination. Larry, what say you to being nominated from the floor?
I accept the nomination.
Okay, thank you. Larry, we've got one candidate from the floor. Do we have any other nominations? I'm going to call on Lisa now.
Oh, hi, Mr. Chair. This is maybe a point of order because we did not conclude the previous election for Vice Chair 1. We don't know who the winner of that election is and whether the person who did not gain the most votes would be willing to stand for this position.
Okay, I think that is an appropriate point of order. Let's see.
Just a quick question. Do we know how quickly that vote will be?
And I'm trying to look at that. I think that it is on the agenda when we are announcing the results.
One by one.
And Lisa, you're correct that we did need to announce the results of that before the nomination for recording secretary. So I will return to the announcement of the result for first vice chair, and we'll either renominate Larry or just keep that in mind for when we return to the recording secretary election. Kelly, you had your hand raised.
Sorry, I was about to make that same point of order. I'll lower my hand.
Thank you. Mike Smith.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, we are still validating the ballots. Once the ballots are validated, we will run the star vote. I would ask for about 15 minutes. I realize that that's longer than we may have expected. I think the point of the break was to tally that vote. Nonetheless, I'll get this to us as soon as possible.
Okay, well, I guess we do have to wait for that then. Is there any objection to waiting 15 minutes to announce the results?
Have to wait.
It's just a matter of course that we have to wait.
Thank you, Kathy. I tend to agree. Debbie?
Can we use this time to go forward on the agenda with the candidates that were acclamation? Or, oh wait, we can't because the same issue could apply.
We have adopted all the candidates by acclamation that we can. So the remaining races are all contested or they're CD or SCC elections.
Okay.
Michael, you can probably go ahead with review of gender equity guidelines and election procedure for CDs and SCCs.
Okay, thank you, Kathy. I appreciate that note. And I will go ahead and do that. And I have a nice little thing typed up that I'll go forward with. I also just want to say there were no objections to waiting the 15 minutes requested to continue balloting. So I've set the timer on that and that countdown has started.
You want more music?
No, because I'm going to go over those gender equity guidelines, but then after I'm done with that, yes. Lisa, you've got your hand raised.
Yeah, I just wanted to let folks know that the happy news is that we are well ahead of schedule. So we weren't scheduled to go into the first breakouts for CDs until 3:30. So we can take a nice breath that we're not going to get behind here.
All right, thank you, Lisa.
Michael, would it make sense to check in with the 3 candidates we voted on to see if they even care about pursuing other positions if they are not elected? Because otherwise we're waiting for nothing if they don't even want a different position.
I think that prejudices the vote overall. I I think the idea of just going ahead with.
The voting is closed.
Well, okay, I'm just gonna take this in order. So Kathy, what was your point?
My point is to do something procedural, like just going over the gender parameters and so forth is probably a better choice. That's all.
Okay, I tend to agree with that. If it's all right, and I'm forgetting who said that, I would like to just go over the gender requirements. I think they're, Kelly, you've got your hand raised.
I do believe Bing had his up first.
Oh, okay.
Sorry.
Bing?
Yeah, I just want to know, Lisa was working on the candidates gender declarations. I want to know how that's going. There seem to be several people that had not responded. Thank you.
Okay, I'll call on Kelly, and then if Lisa heard that, she can respond to that. Kelly?
I was wondering if I may make a motion to do what you had proposed earlier, which is to move on to the item on the agenda that Kathy just proposed that we move on to.
Okay, thank you, Kelly. We've got a motion on the floor to move on to discussing the gender equity guidelines.
Seconded.
All right, thank you. We've got a second. Are there any objections to adopting that motion by unanimous consent? Okay, seeing none, we'll move on to discussion of the gender equity guidelines. And I'm going to take this because Mike is working on balloting right now. And let me pull up the description that I've got prepared. Give me one moment. Okay, so these are the gender equity guidelines that are going to guide our election procedure for the SCC and CD candidates. What's going to happen is that everybody is going to be scored by star vote, regardless of gender. We will not be looking at that during the first tabulation of votes. If anybody has more than, if any one gender identity, which are male, female, and non-binary, if any of those identities have more than 50% of the vote, then 50% plus one in the event that it's not even, then what will happen is that the lowest scoring candidate from the majority gender identity, so let's say there were 50% plus one males, the lowest scoring candidate would be demoted and replaced with a candidate from the lowest represented group. So that would happen after all the votes were tabulated. And then the candidate would be, and then we would balance for gender after all of that was completed. In the unlikely event of a tie, there would be a coin toss. So if somebody's star voting looked the same across, let's say, a male and a non-binary candidate, a coin toss would be undergone to replace that person. Sally, you had your hand raised. I think I might have misexplained something. Go ahead.
If there are more than 50% plus one of one gender category, then those extra people will be moved down in the same order to the top of the alternate list. But the way people will move up is the next vote getters, regardless of whether they are which of the other two gender categories they are. The next two vote getters in line will move up, or the next vote getters in line will move up to replace the people that were moved down. So it goes still in order of vote getting, not which of those two genders moves up. They'll move up in the order in which they got votes to replace the gender category people where there was an excess of them, if that
Okay.
makes.
That does make sense. Thank you, Sally. Sally is on our rules committee and helped draft the most recent changes. And so what I had said was that the next least represented group gets moved up, and that was incorrect. It is the next highest vote getter gets moved up to replace the person that makes the gender category over 50% if there's a gender category that's over 50%. Mike, you've got your hand raised.
Mr. Chair, if it is appropriate at this time, I have the results of the VC1 election.
Okay, I think it is appropriate. I do want to make sure before we go there were no questions about the gender equity discussion. Okay, Brian.
Just who's going to be in charge of ensuring that? Is it us that are going to be in the breakout rooms, or is it going to be someone like Michael tallying up the votes?
We've got a couple of folks that have volunteered to tabulate the votes, and I believe they will be auditable. Mike may have more information.
Right. So as a reminder, the breakout rooms are for the candidates to introduce themselves, but the actual voting will take place during the interim period between when this meeting adjourns to a time certain and approximately 3 days later. So the voting period will be about 5 o'clock tonight to about 5 o'clock Tuesday.
Okay, thank you, Mike. And seeing no other questions, I think we can move on to the results.
All right. So colleagues, here's our report. 156 total ballots were cast. Of those, 2 were duplicates, and the duplicates were eliminated. 6 pins were invalid, and 3 pins were from appointed rather than elected PCPs, which gives us a total of 145 valid votes. After tabulating via star vote, the highest score earner was Shawnee Harris Bagwell with an average score of 3.92. Kelly McCurdy had the second highest total score with an average of 3.71. Now, to review, the way that star works, it's that the 2 highest score getters go into a runoff election. In the runoff election between Shawnee and Kelly, Shawnee earned 20 more ballots than Kelly. And so therefore, Shawnee Harris Bagwell is our new first vice chair. Congratulations, Shawnee Harris Bagwell.
Yay, Shawnee.
Yay.
Yay, Shawnee, congratulations.
Congratulations.
And thank you, Kelly and
Yay.
Jonna.
Yay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, Kelly and Jonna.
Michael, put that in the chat too, please.
Incoming.
All right, thank you, and congratulations to our candidates who didn't win. I hope that you will continue your interest in leadership in the party, as I know that we're going to need you for the new administration. So thank you. All right, now is the time for the recording secretary election. Before that, Marcia Schneider had her hand up.
This is in regard to the recording secretary, if this
Okay.
is in order.
Yes, it is. Marcia, do you have a
At this
nominee?
time. Yes, I would like to also nominate for recording secretary Kelly McCurdy, who is a very strong candidate, and she has stepped up as district leader in 43 and really brought people together with enthusiasm and activism. And every single person on our admin team is really called on to do all of the things, all the organizing, all the engagement, all the teaching. we are a very active group. So I feel really strongly that Kelly will make a good candidate for us and give us really good service.
Seconded. All right, Kelly, do you accept the nomination for recording secretary?
Is the other nomination for Larry still live? Or does that need to be redone?
If there's no objections, I can it's still live, but if there are, I can redo it.
Respectfully, I would like to decline this nomination. I very much appreciate the vote of confidence from both Marcia and everyone in the chat who suggested the same. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Kelly. Mike, you've still got your hand raised. Is that, you might just have not put it, okay. All right, are there any other nominees? I'm not seeing any hands raised. Are there any folks on the phone or who can't raise their hand that want to speak up and nominate somebody? All right, I am not seeing anybody. It looks like Larry Taylor is, oh, Spence Williams raised their hand. Spence, did you have somebody you'd like to nominate?
Yeah, I'd like to nominate Spencer Trum for recording secretary.
All right, Spencer, I know you're there. I don't see you on the first page right now, but would you like to accept the nomination for recording secretary?
Hey there, Michael. I am. And hey, Spence, I'm honored by the nomination, but I also must decline. I want to make sure that I don't commit to participating in that kind of off serial role, and then because of any kind of scheduling thing with campaign work or anything else, miss anything. But thank you very much, and I am happy to, when times arise where someone else is needed to step in, I am happy to step in.
Okay, thank you, Spencer. Anybody else? Going once, going twice. Okay, I'm not seeing any other nominations for recording secretary. So I'm going to go ahead and close nominations unless there's a hand I see in the next couple seconds. And with that, I'll turn it over to Larry Taylor if you'd like to make a statement.
I would. Thank you so much. So good afternoon, everyone. Ironically, in 1996, I showed up to my first meeting of the Multnomah County Democrats, which was the organization meeting back then. I mentioned that I wanted to get involved, and I ended up getting elected recording secretary that night. 2 years later, I was elected chair of the Multnomah County Democrats. In 2000, I moved to Clatsop County, where I ended up serving as chair for 12 years. And during that time, Clatsop County was a blue island in a sea of red counties. However, we elected Democrats to represent Clatsop during the entire time of my tenure in the Oregon legislature. I recently moved back to Portland, and I'm delighted to once again be involved with the Multnomah County Democrats. It's cosmic that I find myself running for recording secretary again, but I'm delighted to see that the next generation of leadership is stepping up this year to run the organization, and I'm delighted to support Michael and the other officers and to share the knowledge that I've accumulated over the years with them as we move into the next 2-year cycle. In 2016, I realized that I needed to up-level my skills in democracy, and in that process acquired a deep understanding of Robert's Rules of Order and of democracy itself. Like many of you, I did not like Robert's rules because in my experience, they had been weaponized to take away my rights rather than ensure my rights in meetings. But now that I have a much greater appreciation for what these rules bring, I understand that they're really critically important to make sure that we all have an equal voice in meetings and that our rights are preserved. I now teach other topics ranging from how to be a presiding officer to how to properly record meeting minutes. Other things that I'm doing is that I am working with state and county Democratic Party organizations across the country in making their organizations more democratic. And I would be honored to have your vote today for this position. And also I'm running for SEC delegate and CD1 delegate, and I'd appreciate your vote for those as well. So thank you so much.
All right, thank you, Larry. We've got about a minute left. Did you want to take questions?
Sure.
Pat, you had your hand up. Is that for a question?
It is. Thank you, Mr. Chair. My question is a very simple one. Whom among you, yourself or Britton, will be the one that we refer to as Mr. Taylor? Thank you very much.
I would probably be Taylor the Elder.
All right, thank you. And just FYI, I do prefer mixed chair or hey you.
Thank you, Thank you, mixed chair.
Thank you. All right, Mary, you had your hand up.
Thank you. Larry, you and I have known each other for a long time. And there have been times when you've been somewhat controversial and a little divisive. Have you learned anything from that experience? And will you be a little more inclusive and a little less argumentative in the future?
And you can take this question, Larry. It's got to be the last because that is time.
I actually don't know what you're referring to, but I'd be glad to talk to you about that offline.
Okay, thanks, Larry. And this is going to be a election by acclamation. So without objection, congratulations, Larry, on your nomination as and election as recording secretary for the Multnomah County Democrats.
Thank you. And thank you, Patch, for continuing with the minutes on this meeting.
Okay, and we've already handled the communications officer election. And so now is time for election of the delegates to the congressional districts and the state central committee. We've already gone over the gender equity guidelines previously. And we are now going to go over the election procedure for the congressional delegates and for the state central committee. And Lisa is, I believe, taking that on.
Thank you, mixed chair. And so this is just to remind you that the CD delegates will be split out into your CDs. We have 2 breakout rooms, one for CD1 and one for CD5. CD3 will stay here in this main room, so you will not get an invitation to move elsewhere, and you won't be moved elsewhere. If you do find yourself in the wrong room, despite our best efforts, please let your facilitator know right away. Or if the facilitators for the rooms are Marcia Schneider in CD1, Lisa Wilkie in CD3, and Brian Jensfold in CD5. So if if Zoom has any pity on me, I think you'll be automatically moved into your rooms. Once there, first the facilitator will take nominations from the floor, in addition to add to the ballot, in addition to the people who filed by the deadline, whom you hopefully have seen online. And then the facilitator will get those names to me and Mike Smith, and we'll get them onto those ballots. And then the ballots, through some sort of magic, which someone will tell me, will come back to your screens so that everybody can take a look and make sure that we got the ballot right. At that point, your session will, as we're working on those ballots, then the candidates will each get their 30-second pitch. And I believe we have timekeepers for each room. And please forgive them in advance for being ruthless, because we're doing so well at staying on time today. So everybody's made their pitch, the ballot's created, we come back and show you the ballot and have everybody go, yeah, that looks like what we wanted. And then your session will conclude. It's very likely that CD1 and CD5 will be done in advance of CD3, which has the most delegates. So CD1 will be electing 6 delegates and 6 alternates. CD5 has 15 of each, and CD3 has 15 of each, and CD5 has 2 of each. So that may leave CD1 and CD5 in some sort of little limbo till CD3 is finished, but I'll try to come on and let you know what's happening there. And it's our goal for all the CDs to be done in time for us to start the SCC session with all voters present here by 4:15 at the very latest. Questions before we split up? And if someone can help me if you see hands up.
Ian, I see your hand up. Oh, it just looks like it went down.
That was a technical error.
Okay, Miguel.
In CD3, somebody can nominate themselves or no? That's
Yes, you may nominate yourself or you may nominate a fellow Democrat. And in the CDs, all PCPs, regardless of whether you are elected or appointed, can vote in your CD and later on in the SCC election.
Okay, thanks, Mary.
Thank you.
Thank you. Lisa, I accidentally nominated myself for CD3 because I forgot I got redistricted out of CD3 into CD1. So can I still self-nominate myself for CD1?
Yeah, effectively, Mary, anybody who did not file by the deadline and was therefore on the website for the past couple of weeks hasn't actually nominated themselves yet. So you will do your nomination when we move you into your CD, either for yourself or on behalf of someone else or someone on behalf of you.
And,
so
and
in
by
your
the way,
mind, just
thank
in
you
your
for
mind, if
catching
you are, yeah, in your mind, if you are thinking that you have self-nominated, you have not. If you were not a filed candidate, you have to go through the process of nominating yourself once we split you up into your rooms.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Lisa.
I'm gonna ask a question first before Ruth, because I had one for you, Lisa. Can the breakout room leaders let me know when everyone's done? If we're done before 4:15, just speak up and say so we can take care of what's next.
Okay, yeah,
Okay.
got that, Marsha, Lisa, and Brian. Great.
All right, thank you. Ruth.
Could you repeat what was said about what do appointed PCPs get to vote for?
Yes, whether you are elected or appointed, which is to say pretty much everyone in this room now who is a voter is eligible to vote in their CD and later eligible to vote for the SCC delegates. The only restriction in the process today was that only elected PCPs could vote for the officers. So now we are all one.
Mine must have been the one that was disqualified because I just, so.
Yeah, I'm sorry. We probably forgot to reiterate that at the start of the meeting. I'm sure I did, in fact. And please apologize for that.
Thank you so much.
All right, Miguel and Lisa have their hands up. If these are questions you can ask in the breakout room, go ahead and do so. But Miguel, did you still want to ask your question?
Yeah, it's good because there's a redistricting hour for that. Hour 45, not 43. That continue to be CD3.
I believe you are still CD3, Miguel. I'll double check that once you're in your room, but I believe you are, yeah.
Okay, thank you. Lisa Wilkie.
Are there people that you already have nomination forms on CD3 that aren't listed on the website? People who nominated themselves late?
No, if you did not file by the deadline and show up on the website, you haven't been nominated or nominated yourself yet.
Okay, so you have to be nominated from the floor. Okay, thank you.
That's correct, yeah.
Okay, and Lisa, this is just FYI. I lost power and now my camera doesn't work. So it's of course going to be an issue. So.
All right, we gotcha. All right. So I think if we're ready to go, I'm going to first try turning on this little thing that says everyone will be split up into their rooms, but it may be that instead on your screen you will see you've been invited to join X room. So let's see what happens.
All right, thank you, Lisa.
Automatically move all assigned participants. Hold on. What?
No.
All right, Marsha Weisenheimer.
Hold on to your seats, everyone.
All right, yeah, everybody. What is it? Margot Chandler says, fasten your seatbelts. It's gonna be a bumpy night. I need a martini when I say that. Okay, we're almost there. I'm opening all rooms. Here we go.
There it goes.
Things are happening.
It's
This is
happening.
exciting.
Okay, it's happening.
So remember, if you're unassigned, it's because you're CD3 and you're staying in the main room.
But you might have to assign me. Because right now I'm sitting in 3 still.
Okay, I'm going to start talking. This is Lisa Wilkie. So could you guys put a hand up if you are in the CD3 meeting, but you don't think you should be in the CD3 meeting?
I'm going to go join.
Kevin, okay. All right, let me take a look.
You're at, okay, hello in CD1.
Yeah, just to clarify, I moved in November 2022 to CD1. So
First question is on this regard is
I wonder if the county knows that. Hold on.
yeah, I definitely re-registered so I could reflect that in the election.
Great, so hold please. Pete.
Would you raise your digital hand? Otherwise, just hang on a second while we
Pete, you should be in 1. Okay. So hold on, we're going to try to get you in there.
Oh, it's in reaction.
And then I also saw Kevin and Matt.
And Laurel.
And Laurel, you all think you're in the wrong room? Is that accurate with Kevin? Is that why your hand is up?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm in CD1.
Okay, 1 Laurel, 1 for Pete, and Kevin, where do you think you should be?
CD1.
Let's see what we got here. Correct, and the last one was Matt Loss.
Yes, I'm in CD1.
Yeah, these are my last minute additions this morning, so let me see what happened. Oh, that's right. All right, Marcia is holding the fort down in 1, waiting for you guys. Okay, I confirmed that all 4 of you are indeed in CD1, as you already know, and I have to do that. So I'm going to add the email that you used when you registered. Actually, if you could all drop the email you used to register today in the chat, that would make it really easy for me to pop your names into the participants for CD1. Is that okay?
And that instruction was just for the people who need to be moved into another
Right, yes, please.
meeting.
Don't put your email in there if you aren't moving. Matt, lost.matt, is that where you got your sign-ons for today? That seems backwards.
Yes, I'm pretty sure. Yeah.
Okay. Oh, you son of a gun. Zoom is not letting me do that. So hold on. Last.matt.
I'll start by giving you the
Oh, I'm
list
getting
of
some
who
things
we
wrong.
have
Please refresh the
as
page.
filed,
Great.
so you know that, and then folks that want to nominate, we can go from there. And just as a comment, Lisa, we can hear Marcia sharing her meeting.
Let me mute myself.
Everybody gets 30 seconds if they.
Okay, so while Lisa's doing that, I'm going to just talk to the rest of you. Again, I apologize. I lost power a little bit ago, about 15 minutes ago, and now I don't have a camera and I don't know why. But I'll be asking in just a minute for any people who are self-nominating from the meeting. I'm going to need your name and your gender. I'm going to be asking for that 3 times. So why don't you, if you are not, can't do that, let's see. Let's find a different reaction that we can use so that I can distinguish you from the people who Lisa's trying to. And I know it's confusing too, because we have 2 Lisas. So let's do, can you do a thumbs up in reaction on your screen if you are nominating yourself from the floor to be considered for CD3?
Lise, can you post the people who are nominated?
I do not have that list. I can read them to you. I don't have it in a way that I can post it, so I'm going to read you the names of the people that I have so far. Kevin
you.
Fitz, Sally Biggs, Bing Wong, Patch Perriman, Jose Casanelli, Leah LaFleur, Kayvon Brom, Britton Taylor, Judy Burke, Ethan Scrawl, Leon Jansen, Faith Ruffing, Ian Muir. I'm sorry if I butcher your name, I apologize. Kate Flanagan, Gary Letke, Tom Karwacki, and Mark Hemp. That's who I have. So if you are not on that list and you think you should be on that list, put a mark on there
Excuse
that
me?
isn't a hand up, and I will.
Miguel Jimosla.
Yeah, hang on, Miguel. I'm not quite ready because I'm waiting for Lisa to get these other people moved into the CD1. I'm just waiting for people.
Oh, this is the one.
I see
Is
Jose
Aaron available?
Casanel. Oh, sorry.
Yeah,
Sorry.
I just wanted to ask, my name is Jose Gamero. Castanelli, my last name is Gamero, not Castanelli.
Oh, okay. Oh, I'm sorry, Jose.
It's okay. I just wanted to make sure it's correct. The state makes me use both because they go off your South American birth certificate, which uses your both your parents' last names. So.
Oh, okay. Okay, thanks for the clarification.
No problem.
And then Joanna Buckley had her hand raised. And hopefully I'm pronouncing that right.
Oh, Joanna?
Yeah, close enough. There's the C, people see a C where there's not one, but anyway. So I just had a question from the list of candidates that were just read off. Is that more, is that a higher number than we have spots
I think they're coming
available, or is it a lower number than there are
It's a
spots
lower
available?
number. It's a lower number. We
Yeah.
have 2, 4, 6,
Yeah,
8,
Pete,
10, 12,
they coming
14,
in?
16, 17. We have 17 people that are registered, that registered before the meeting, and there are 30 positions. There are 15
Okay,
delegates
I'm gonna
and
move him.
15 alternate positions.
Lisa,
Okay,
before
so
we
you
go
said
on,
there are 30 some, and then does that include alternates, or there are 30 something plus then there are alternate
There are
positions?
15 delegates and 15 alternates. So there
Okay.
are 30 total people.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Lisa, before we call on anyone else, did you need to say something that'll hopefully move some people along? You're muted.
I'm sorry, this was just minor mayhem over here. What was the question?
Oh, you got your hand raised. I just wanted to call.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
Waiting. Oh, no.
Peter Mitchell, I hope. Oh, why is Kevin Whitemeyer coming in the waiting room?
Yeah, Kevin Whitemeyer belongs over here.
Yeah.
Over here, let him in. I'll let him in.
All right. I'm going to call on Timothy and then Layla. Or Tim. Tim, you had your hand raised. Did you have a question?
My question was, can you self-nominate for alternate only and not compete for the active?
Gee, I don't know that. I have to defer to Lisa Morrison on that one.
Okay, the question again?
Can you nominate just for alternate?
No. As I understand it, and I could check with rules, but the order goes by your ranking. But let me see if I can find Mike to ask that.
That's correct. Yeah, he can also, though, if he does happen to become a delegate and not want to be, once he's in that position, he can, whoever this person is who wants to be an alternate can just say, I'd rather be an alternate, and then be assigned down the line and let the alternates move up into his spot or their spot.
Yeah, that's pretty easy to do once we've actually tallied the results, but we don't have it. It would be very complicated right now to set up an election such that we vote for alternates separately than we vote for delegates. So if you would like to be an alternate, please nominate yourself for delegate, and then after we've tallied the results, let us know that you would rather be an alternate, and we can do that easily.
Okay, Layla had a question next, and then Danelle is next on the stack, and then I'll get to you, Miguel.
Yes, I have two questions. I'm running for SCC, but since there are not that many women running, I could run for CD3, but I want to know, are the number of male and female a certain number for CDs or not? Or is it divided up, the 15? And also, are the chair and vice chair of the county party automatically included like they are for SCC? Those two questions.
So I know I'm not automatically a CD candidate.
Okay.
And I think, and correct me if I'm wrong, but the gender equity rules do apply to CD delegates.
But I mean, like when we have this SCC, it's 19 female and 19 male, and then the alternates also, if I'm not mistaken. And then it could be the non-binary in there too. But now with the CD, is it divided up like, because it's the same number of male and female, and it could be non-binaries in there also for the SCC. But for the CD, I can't remember. I was a CD3 delegate at least 3 terms, but I was only SCC last time. So I've forgotten how many we have of each. There's a certain number of male, female. Is it divided like that? Like 7 female, 7 male, divided like that, or?
Well, so far for candidates, we have 12 males and 5 females.
Yeah, I know.
Declared.
That's why I thought I would go ahead and run if they don't have enough people, because, no, just kidding. But I don't know if we're supposed to have a certain number, how it's divided by gender. It's not like, because in SCC it is. I mean, it's not like you can have 25 male and 15 female. And then there's a non-binary, of course, on there too, but I'm saying it's
right. So Lisa, it's
Mike is here, isn't he?
It's the same distribution, right, Lisa Morrison?
What's the question?
Are they divided? Are the CD candidate or the CD delegate positions divided by gender the same way that the SCC are? Yes. But we have an odd number, so it would be there are 15, so it would be 8 and 7.
Thank you.
All right, Danelle Stevens had her hand up. And you're muted.
Sorry. Quick question. Mine was on gender. I think that was asked in the last round. And self-nominate, I kind of am confused about when we are able to do that, and I'm sure that will be answered. So thank you.
Yes, we're going to do that in just a minute. As soon as I think we have Lisa Morrison, do we have all of our right people in the right rooms now?
There's somebody in the main waiting room here on a telephone number.
This is Kevin Weidemeyer. I'm trying to join by phone, 208 number. I was trying to get into the breakout, sent to the breakout room, but my Zoom kept crashing every time. So perhaps.
Okay, so we're going to admit you on this telephone number and try that, Kevin?
Yes, please.
Okay. I'm going to leave you as a telephone number for a minute so I spot you.
Sure.
Okay, and I'm gonna, Mark, did your question get answered?
It did. I was just looking for, I guess, what the breakdown was between the genders. So it sounds like, just to confirm, we're looking for 5 male, 5 female, and 5 non-binary.
It's just gonna be no category can have greater than 50%. So that could be, if the number is 15, it could be 7, 7, and 1, just as long as nobody has 50% or 50% plus 1 or more than 50%.
Okay, thank you.
I think, let's see, I'm gonna just take this in order of the people that I saw raise their hand, because I think y'all have all spoken about the same. So Miguel first.
This CD3 room, no? Become confused, everybody talking from different places.
This is the main room. Was that what you were asking?
No, where my CD3 room?
This is the CD3 room.
Okay, cool.
Oh. Okay, I think I'm not assigned, so I don't think I'm in the CD3 room.
Yes, you are. This is
Michael, you are, because you're
CD3
not
by
a
default.
voter,
This is
so
the
you're
CD3
just
room.
here.
Oh, okay. All right. Sorry.
Welcome.
Hi, everyone.
Okay, so now Lisa Morrison, are we ready to start taking nominations from the floor in the CD3 room?
Let me just take a quick zip through. Is everybody here?
First our file people and then as I'm writing
Sorry,
down.
no, this is not. I'm gonna
background.
try moving.
There's some additional questions, Lisa, if we,
Okay.
if you want to
If
address
you want to
those.
go through the questions, that'd be great.
Okay.
Shoot.
Yeah. All right, Sally, you have your hand up.
I just wanted to answer to Layla that there are not enough people that I believe to be women for either CD3 or SEC. So we would not be able to fill all the slots, the delegate or alternate slots for either one by people who are already filed. So more nominations would be great.
Okay,
Or
Bing.
both.
Yes, I just want to clarify the gender equity guidelines are guidelines from the Democratic Party of Oregon. And it makes it more complicated when you have odd numbers. So first alternate, when you have in this situation with odd number, gets whatever the gender is vacant in the delegate attendance. So it's not the first alternate, it's the alternate that's going to fill the gender vacancy.
Okay, thank you, Bing. All right, Mark, you had your hand up and then Gloria next.
Yeah, just a quick question. Am I supposed to have seen a list or am I just in the right room because this is 3?
This is 3 and you're in the right room.
Okay, that's all I have to. Thank you.
Gloria.
Yes, could you talk a little bit about the duties, the time commitment, how many meetings, that kind of thing?
I can't because I really don't know. So I will, I'll throw that to our leader.
I can do that.
Awesome. Bing, take it away.
Yeah, I'm Bing Wong, and I am currently the credentials chair for the Democratic Party of Oregon. The CDs meet separately from SEC, and they meet quarterly according to the bylaws. And since COVID, it's been virtual, and the DPO has met in person for the last 3 quarters. So there's an option for the CDs to meet in person again. And it has to be held, if it's held in person, it has to be held within the boundaries of the CD district. And CD3 has been redrawn from after the census that has moved further east. We've lost some of the geographic areas west and gained some in Hood River County. So we're going to have an opportunity for the CD3 to have some additional delegates and alternates from our rural county, Hood River. And it's up to the body determine if we're going to have in-person meetings again. It would be nice if we can, because what we've done in the past was have a lunch social, potluck social ahead of the business meeting, and then we met at the when the CD delegates meet. We select the chair and vice chair, and the treasurer is kind of a moot position because the CDs are no longer permitted to have their own funds because the CDs are tied to the Democratic Party of Oregon. And then one of the main duties of the CDs is to elect delegates and alternates to the DPO standing committees. And for CD3, because we're so large and the number of, we only have 15 delegates, 15 alternates, we thought we'd include, in the past, we've included all the Multnomah County portion of the Central Committee SEC delegates and alternates to the meeting where we vote for DPO standing committees. And that's pretty much the way it works.
Okay, thank you, Bing. Tom, you have a question?
Yes. Are these equity guidelines, are they guidelines or rules? I think that's important to understand. And then it's the question about, are we making the guidelines a rule by the virtue of how things will be moved around? Because as I haven't been in this mix for a little bit. So I guess I'll just leave it at that. Are they guidelines or rules?
I could answer that question.
I think Mike might have been prepared with his hand up.
Okay, so Graham would actually know a little bit more about this than I would, because Graham is more of an expert on the congressional districts. That said, if the CD organizations are indeed pendant to DPO, which I understand that might be a change, then they're bound by DPO Standing Rule 11. And DPO Standing Rule 11 lays out gender guidelines, sorry, not guidelines, lays out a rule for how to determine the gender makeup of a delegation. The basic principle of that rule is that no more than one gender category may have 50% representation. In the case of an odd number of delegates and only 2 gender categories in the delegation, then it would be a 50% plus 1 rule. However, as far as other guidelines, we're talking about ethnicity, sexual orientation, language, that kind of thing. We are encouraged to have diversity, but we are not required. The only requirement is diversity by gender category.
Just a quick follow-up on that, which is, if there aren't enough positions to be filled and you have an imbalance, does that mean the positions don't get filled even though there's maybe willing candidates that may be of the gender that doesn't fulfill the expectation?
No. So let's suppose, for example, that we have, and I don't know how many positions we have off top of head, but let's suppose we have 20 positions, but only 10 men and 5 women are nominated. Well, then all 10 men and all 5 women would go forward. And then we'd have 5 empty slots, and we'd have to explain to DPO why the imbalance. And the explanation would be simply, we couldn't nominate enough people.
Thank you.
I might add to that the CD is entitled, or the delegates of the CD, I have an assistant here today. The delegates from the CD are entitled to send whoever they want to the SCC as their representative, and the DPO, as I understand it, their sole mechanism of enforcement is whether the SCC as a whole is willing to recognize the additional vote from the CD SCC delegate, or they can just cut off funds from CD3. But CD3 does run its own show so far as its internal operations are concerned, and it's responsible for regulating itself in line with the guidelines that the DPO puts out, but ultimately responsibility lies on the CD.
Hey, Lisa, just a point of clarification. Since we're in the CD3 room, do you want to run the meeting and I'll just step back and not do things?
If you finish questions, I think we're going to take those 2 questions and then we're going to move to nominations from the floor.
Okay, so you'll be handling that
Yes, I
I just
handle
wanna-
that part.
just
Yeah,
wanna
I'm the
be-
facilitator for that part. Are you running for CD3? I'm just asking.
I'm not.
Okay, cool.
Looks like Danelle and Tracy have got their hand up. Danelle?
Yes, I have a question. What I've heard a lot is the role of the CD congressional delegates to the DPO, but what I don't hear is the role of this group to our congressional delegate, Earl Blumenauer. Can people talk to me about that part? That are we there to help him along to represent us better or not? Or what are we doing?
I'm happy to answer this as the current chair. We do have a line open to Congressman Blumenauer's office, and we do invite him to come to our meetings. We can invite his staff to come to meetings. In the last term, we had one meeting with Congressman Blumenauer. If something were to happen to if he were to resign his seat, then we would be responsible for nominating a replacement for his seat.
Thank you.
Tracy?
Yes, I'm hearing that there might be possibly a shortage of males that would accept a nomination. I'd be glad to fill a hole if people are that desperate.
We're not starting to take nominations from the floor yet. We're going to finish questions and then start nominations from the floor. So once we get to that point, if you still feel like you want to be nominated from the floor, you can self-nominate. Thanks.
Okay, Bing and then Miguel.
Oh, yeah, one more thing. Whoever we elect as CD3 chair is an automatic delegate to the SCC. So sometimes what happens is there's a dual election where the CD chair is also an SCC delegate from the county, and so they resign from one to take up. You can't vote twice otherwise, and and traditionally and historically, Earl Blumenauer will attend. Well, last 2 years it's been virtual. Attend one of our CD3 meetings.
All right, I'm going to call on Greg next since Miguel's had a couple questions already. So Greg.
Okay, I was thinking about what Tracy said, and I looked at the candidate list, and it looks like only 5 of the 17 declared candidates are apparently female. So I think that if we need more people to self-nominate, it would be people who are women and non-binary.
Okay, thanks. Thank you, Greg. Miguel?
My question, people said that people who running for this CDC kind of get fundraising for themselves. But what happened to that
Oh,
person?
wonderful. I'm sorry that it went bad on you there. Oops.
May I speak? I'm speaking. Somebody's talking.
They say you have to mute.
She's muted. It's good. Go ahead. Go ahead, Miguel.
Okay. Clarify this thing, because if somebody wins CDC, CSCD, later running for CDC, they said you know can be funding yourself. How these two can balance each other? Do you understand the question?
I don't.
No.
Okay. Somebody said there's a CDC3, you had no can run or fund yourself or raise funding for your campaign, whatever, so you are committed. But see, that person is in the same committee and SSD, the Central Committee, as is state. If that person has both positions, one in DPO, one CDC, but the rule said you cannot raise money.
I think what he said, no, Miguel, I think what he said was that if you are selected as the chair of the CD3 committee, then you automatically are on SCC.
No, that's not the question.
Okay.
I heard. It was the question about.
I can answer in the chat. It's you're misunderstanding
Okay,
what he
go
said.
ahead.
I'll answer in the chat.
Okay.
All right, thanks, Kayvon. Spence?
I would just ask we get the nominations. We don't have 30 people yet. We need 15 primaries and 15 alternates. So we can fix everything once we have 30 people and get the right mix of everybody we're supposed to have. But let's get to 30 first.
Are
we currently open for nominations?
We are now open for self-nominations for the floor or nominations from the floor. Spencer Trum.
Thank you. I would like to nominate Margaret Foley for CD3.
Is Margaret Foley on the call?
I am on the call.
I'm okay. Awesome. Margaret, male, female, what is your gender?
Female.
Female. Thank you. Michael Smith.
Thank you. I'd like to nominate myself from the floor, and my gender identity is male.
Thank you. Layla.
I'd like to nominate myself for CD3. Thank you.
Your gender?
Female.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Kathleen Williams.
I would like to nominate myself for CD3. I am female.
Thank you. Bobby.
I'd like to nominate myself for CD3, female.
Lisa Morrison.
I would like to nominate Elizabeth Dixon for CD3. Is Elizabeth on the call?
Is Elizabeth on the call?
Yes, I am.
And what gender are you?
Female.
Female.
Yes.
Okay, next up, Amber.
I would like to nominate myself for CD3 nomination from the floor. I identify as a female.
Thank you. Aaron.
I was going to nominate Elizabeth Dixon, but I would like to nominate Yola
Thank
Owens.
you. I'm sorry, who?
Yola Owens for CD3.
Yola Owens, are you on the call?
I am on the call.
Are you accepting the nomination?
Yes.
And what is your gender?
Female.
Thank you. Sonia Miller.
I'd like to nominate myself for CD. And I identify as female.
Female. Thank you. Ann Horn.
I'd like to nominate myself as CD3, and I identify as a woman.
Okay. And now I see it's Horner. Sorry
Horner,
about that.
yes, Horner.
John Hanna.
Jack Hanna here, self-nominate for CD3, and I identify as male. Thank you.
Danelle Stevens. Danelle, you're.
I would like to nominate myself for CD3. And I'm female.
Female. Thank you. Patch.
Yes, I rise to nominate Sally Sinzik for nominee.
Sally Sinek, are you on the call?
Unmuting. Sally is showering and declines. Sally hates meetings.
Okay, she declines. Okay. Thank you. Tracy Farwell.
I'm okay with meetings, although I get in the same kind of mood as Sally. But yeah, I'm happy to self-nominate if needed.
And are you male, female, what, non-binary?
Well, it says right here on my name that I'm a him.
Oh, sorry, can't do all those things at the same time. Thank you very much.
You're doing
Paxton, what? Okay,
You're doing
Paxton
good.
Rothwell.
Hi, I'd like to nominate myself for CD3. And I'm identify as a male.
Male. Thank you. Graham Parker.
Parks, but I would like to nominate Spencer Trum, and I would also like to nominate Tom Sinzik if he's not already in the running.
Okay, wait, I have to do Spencer first. Spencer, are you accepting?
I accept. Yes, thank you.
Spencer, and your gender?
Sorry, male.
Okay, and who was your second one?
Sorry, I was confiscating a pen from my assistant. Tom Sinsick, if he's not
Tom
already in the running.
Okay, Tom Sinzik, are you interested? Are you accepting?
In the interest of diversity, I decline.
Okie dokie.
The interest of diversity.
Okay, Mark, I don't know how to say your last name. Ham,
Not a problem. That's not uncommon. It's pronounced Nath.
Nap. Oh, okay.
So I'd like to nominate Kelly McCurdy. She's been a fantastic leader for House District 43, and I think she would do a fantastic job.
Okay, Kelly McCurdy, are you on the call?
Yes, I am.
Are you accepting the nomination?
I will accept the nomination. Thank you.
And you are, your
Female.
gender? Female.
Thank you.
Thank you. Spencer Trum.
Thank you. I would also like to nominate, I'm sorry, I'd also like to, oh no, I just lost it here. I'd also like to nominate Debbie Gordon.
Debbie Gordon, are you on the call?
Yes, I am.
Are you willing to accept that nomination?
I respectfully decline, but thank you.
Okie dokie. Aaron,
Yes, I would like to nominate distinguished educator Lisa Molina.
Lisa Molina, are you on the call?
Gosh, oh my goodness. Yes, I am, and I will accept. Thank you.
And your gender, please?
Oh, sorry, female.
Female? Thank you very much. Okay, is that everybody that is interested in nominating or self-nominating from the floor? Okay,
Yeah.
that I've asked twice. I need to ask one more time. Do we have
Hi.
anybody else? What?
This is Eddie. Is Lee?
I'm sorry, what? Eddie, you cut out. Eddie, you're gone.
Eddie's muted.
Eddie, you're muted.
Eddie, you're muted. Need to unmute.
Okay, while we're waiting for Eddie, do we have enough women now?
I'm gonna have to take a second to count.
Did anybody call me?
So by my count, we have enough women. Lisa Wilkie, just make note, please, that Miguel has his hand up.
Yes, I'm waiting to hear what Eddie was saying. Eddie, are
Hi,
you?
sorry about that. I was muted. Is Lisa Morrison nominated?
No, and I would decline the nomination, but thank you, Eddie.
Okay, Miguel.
I nominated myself.
Okay. And your gender?
I will use Miguel.
I still need a gender. I don't, is that a gender?
Lisa, per previous conversation with Miguel, Miguel declines to state a gender, so that will count effectively as non-binary.
Danelle.
I'd like to nominate Ruth Jensen.
Ruth Jensen, are you on the call?
Yes, I am. And I'm honored that you would think of me, and I respectfully decline. Thank you so much, though, for thinking of me.
Okay. Any other that, Aaron?
Yes, I actually have a point of order. Is not selecting a gender akin to selecting a non-binary designation? I don't believe that those are congruous.
Yeah, Aaron's point is well taken. But what it would mean in this case is that Miguel is sort of their own gender, which is fine as far as DPO rules are concerned and as far as our rules are concerned.
Okay. Robin Stevens.
I'm sorry, point of order, a question on that. How does him being his own gender fit into the calculations or for tabulation?
Well, it's pretty simple. No gender category may make up 50% or more, unless there's only 2 gender categories represented, in which case the 50% plus 1 rule applies. As far as the calculus is concerned, this just adds another gender category, and it makes our job actually a little easier.
Sounds great. Thank you for the clarification.
Sally. Oh, wait, Sally, yeah, Sally, yes, your hand's up.
No, I had my hand, you just
Oh.
recognized me a second ago.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry, Robin.
Yeah, I just wanted to point out that Brian Lewis is in the waiting room.
Thank you.
Got him.
What?
Brian was admitted. If he's.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, Sally.
It's a little late to be saying this, but because I didn't want to interrupt what was going on. But in fact, we are not supposed to be thinking about the gender categories when we vote. We're just supposed to vote without knowing anybody's gender category. Later, that will be used to make the list, gender balanced correctly. So, it's sort of inappropriate that we're saying it all out loud, but it's a little late now. I wanted to say it at the beginning, but I didn't.
So if I may speak to Sally's point, Sally, I don't think you're wrong about that, but the fact of the matter is we need to collect that information as soon as possible.
Oh, I know.
For us to collect that information now rather than later. You're correct that this is not something that we should take into account when we vote. And it's not something that the algorithm will take into account when we vote. The algorithm won't apply until later on, after we've ranked candidates and start assigning people to delegate and alternate slots.
Danelle.
Yes, I saw Brian Lewis entered. I would like to nominate Brian Lewis, young, progressive, smart guy that should be on this committee. I mean, in this role.
Brian Lewis, are you on this call?
Yes, madam.
Are you accepting the nomination?
I'm overwhelmed, very flattered. I accept, yes, thank you.
Male or female?
Male.
Male. Okay, Michelle Risher. Michelle, I'm recognizing you, but I need you to unmute.
Thank you. I had on mute. Technically, and I'm the one who pretty much wrote these rules on non-binary male female representation, and that has done a ton of research, including having the state regs of all the state and territorial parties of the DNC. Non-binary, if you say you have no gender, that doesn't necessarily make you non-binary. I don't know why anybody would choose necessarily to do that. I'm not sure how to log it, but it can't be logged as non-binary. Miguel can either identify as non-binary, identify as male or female, but there is no fourth category in this, and that is that just can't stand like that.
Point of information, I believe that we're treating this the same as the X category on the Oregon driver's license and things like that. It's treated in a way like a remainder category. There's male and female, and then everybody else gets clumped together under X, whether it's right or not. That's debatable, but that seems to be how we're treating it in the rules that the DPO wrote for us.
Actually, Graham, that's not necessarily the case. If a person chooses not to identify as either male or female, they have the option of identifying as non-binary. It does not work off the X on the driver's license. If you identify as neither male nor female, then you are non-binary if you understand what non-binary means to one extent or the other. So I would suggest if Miguel wants to identify as such, that he chooses non-binary. We do not have categories. We cannot just be making categories for this.
I'm sorry, darling, you oppressing my vote, you discriminating when you say that. It's very clear to me.
Point of order. Point of order. Chair, point of order.
Yeah, Chair, I'm yielding back to you on this. This is above my pay grade.
Okay, well, I think that the question or point of order was done. Paxton is next in the stack because he hasn't spoken yet.
Okay, Paxton.
Hey, thanks everyone. I really appreciate this discussion about gender, and while I didn't make these rules, I just have a different way of looking at it. I'm on the non-binary gender Wikipedia page right now, and this is going to be quoting from that. Non-binary people may identify as an intermediate or separate third gender, identify with more than one gender, no gender, or have a fluctuating gender identity. So the way I take that is to mean that non-binary means all other possible genders that are not male and female, which I believe is what Miguel is trying to say.
Miguel, you've got your hand up. Did you have anything to add?
Yeah, I read the rule, I read the law, asked many lawyers about this. They say, the laws that say very clear in Oregon, you choose not to identify yourself as a female, you can say you say your name. If that option was be given to me in the employment office, in the federal government, in my visa, in DMV, why I choose not to identify only my name. So legally, I'm going to follow the law.
Okay, thank you, Miguel. I'll speak on this personally as somebody who identifies as non-binary, which is just that identification of your own gender is a matter of personal choice, in my opinion. I don't know the law on it, but since it will not give any gender identity more than 50%, it will not practically matter for voting purposes. So it's not going to change anything how Miguel is identified on the ballot. Okay, Lisa?
Yes. Okay, I'm calling for the third time for nominations from the floor. Do I have anyone else that's nominating from the floor? Okay, I see no more hands. So the next part is we're going to hear 30 seconds from each person who has nominated either from the floor or was in the group from that nominated beforehand. Okay, hang on here. And we're gonna start with, okay, hang on. Amber, where's her name? Amber Fiddler is going to be our timekeeper. She's gonna shut you off after 30 seconds. Before we go to that, we're going to Lisa Morrison.
I just thank you so much, everyone. And that's just a reminder, Lisa, to get that list of additional names to me over on the Slack channel, if you would.
I am seeing Michael Smith has it in the chat.
Oh, he's awesome. That
Yeah,
is because he's awesome.
Right. I believe that is the same list that
you've been running.
Yeah, that
Okay.
I've been running. And his has all the last names and they're spelled right.
Amazing. And Michael, could you please check chat for a question from me about the ballots? Thank you so much.
Michael B. or Michael Smith?
Sorry, Michael Smith.
Okay, so is that it for Lisa?
That is. Thank you. I'll take my
Okay,
hand down.
awesome.
Good luck, everybody.
Then we are going to begin with our, I'm doing this just randomly and on a bunch of little pieces of paper. So I'm going to give you who's going to go first for your 30-second spot, and then the two people who will be following. So I'll say like one person followed by so-and-so, followed by so-and-so. So if you're one of the so-and-sos or so-and-sos in the second or third position, please be ready to go when I move to your name. So the first person that's going to be going is Kevin Fitz. The second one is going to be Patch Perryman. And the third one is going to be Miguel. You are going to have 30 seconds. You're going to be cut off after that. So Kevin, are you ready?
Yeah, I'm ready. Ready for me?
Awesome. Unmute and begin.
Very good. Welcome. My name is Kevin Fitz. I'm a PCP in District 42. My pronouns are he, him, and his. I'm the executive director of the Oregon Mental Health Consumer Association. I work in public behavioral health policy, and I'm really looking forward to serving. Some of you may or may not know this. Representative Blumenauer has a relative that lives with severe mental illness, And I look forward to bringing the issues of addiction, mental illness, houselessness to the forefront of our discussions with Representative.
Time's up. Okay, thank you. Next up is going to be Patch Perryman, but we're going to go to Brian Lewis after that. Patch Perryman, you're up.
Thank you very much. I would be honored to receive your 5-star vote in this role. I have done SEC both for Clackamas County in the past and for Multnomah County back in the early aughts. Thank you very much for your time. To be respectful of your time, I will stop now. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Patch. Next up is going to be Miguel, followed by Brian Lewis, and then Yola Owen.
Starting? Hi, my name is Miguel G. Mosler. Everybody call me Miguel. I'm being PCP elected from 2016. My work is with the community in many fronts. I'm being from nonprofit, from Meals on Wheels to homeless, to farming, to rescue, everything. I've been doing everything, listening to people. One of the things I've been learning about the people is to listen to them, not judging them, only receiving the information, it helps them to get to the maximum protection in the community. But for me, the fight, you got to have it.
Okay, Miguel, that was your 30 seconds. Next up is Brian, and then that will be followed by, lost my person, Yola, and then Sonia. Brian, you're up.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Brian William Lewis. I'm a longtime PCP, former union organizer and assisted living caregiver, and current firefighter. I would love your 5-star vote so that I can help uphold our ideals as a party and fight for the dignity and well-being of all Oregonians. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Brian. Next up will be Yola, followed by Sonia and Tracy.
Hi, I'm Yola Owens, and I'm new to Multnomah County Democrats as of I was elected in the spring, and I'm currently the assistant district leader for House District 43, and I am learning and hoping to continue advocating for the Democratic platform. So I'm here to serve.
Thank you very much, Yola. Next up will be Sonia, followed by Tracy, and then Jose.
I'm Sonia Miller. I'm new to the PCP and the neighborhood leader role, but I've worked on presidential campaigns since the 90s, and I'm fired up for 2024.
Thank you, Sonia. Next up will be Tracy Farwell, followed by Jose, and then Britton Taylor.
Thank you very much. I've done a lot of slate card distribution. I helped with Debbie Gordon to establish the Multnomah's Climate Action Team. I'm currently working with the Community Action Committee. I've served 2 or 3 times already on CD3, and I should consider myself an alternate. And I'd like to also support.
That was it. Okay, so next up is going to be Jose, followed by Britton if you're on the call, and then Mark Naff.
Hello, my name is Jose Gamero. I'm the district leader for District 48. I'm also an immigrant that just became a citizen within the last 5 years. I'm disabled, and I'm a gay foster parent, or have been in the past. I bring a different voice. I appreciate your vote. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is going to be Britton. Britton, are you on the call? I know he visited earlier, but I don't know if he's still on the call. I don't think he is. So we're going to go to Mark Naff next after that, and then Judy Barrick and Ethan Scrawl. So Mark, you're up. Mark, Mark, you're muted.
Okay, thank you. With a daughter in college and a transgender son in high school, I am passionate about equity and enabling the next generation of leaders. My priorities include free trade school, college tuition, paid family leave and caregiver assistance, gun regulation, so kids can go to school without fear, and then modifying our election process through term limits, public campaign financing, and ranked choice voting. It's my second term as a PCP.
Okay, Mark, I think your 30 seconds were up. We're going to go to Judy next. The two people after that will be Kate Flanagan and Gary Litke. Judy.
I'm ADL for HD45, PCP and neighborhood leader. Every level of government is facing pressure from right-wing extremists. The battle is here and so much is at
I guess
stake.
I'm not up next.
I saw how our hard work dropping slate cards and canvassing could produce the margins of votes needed to win close elections. I also spent election week in Las Vegas fighting for election integrity, monitoring polls and curing ballots in African-American neighborhoods. I have a passion for public service.
Hey, Judy, your 30 seconds were up, so there you were cut off. Ethan, I'm so sorry. You've worked your way under a flap on my piece of paper. So Ethan, you're up next, and then it'll be followed by Kate and Gary.
Hey, I'm Ethan Scarl, and I'm sorry to inform you that your city is in mortal danger. The very big earthquake is way overdue. If it happens tonight, Oregon's fuel supply will dump into the Willamette River, killing it and the Columbia. Forest Park will burn, and Oregon will have no reserve fuel to recover with. We can probably prevent this, but we need federal help, and that's why I'm running to work with Earl Blumenauer on this.
Okay, your 30 seconds are up there, Ethan. Thank you. Sorry about that little mess up there. It'll be Kate Flanagan next, followed by Gary Litke, and then Bing Wong. Kate.
Hi there, my name's Kate Flanagan. I've done 3 terms now on the CD3 and I'd like to keep going. I am currently serving as chair of the CD3 committee. I've been going to the SCC meetings to represent the CD. I work as a labor and employment lawyer. I represent unions and employees who've been mistreated by their employers, and I stand for progressive values and yep, the end. Thanks.
Okay, thank you very much. And next up is Gary Litke, and then it will be Bing Wong, and after that, Michael Smith.
Whom we assign to DPO committees counts. In addition to my candidate site statement and email, Gary Litke asks you to join me in this commitment. We must all frequently, personally engage in understanding and rapport with our non-Multnomah DPO counterparts. Empathy counts. If we want them to care and support what we think, we must care and appreciate what they think and why, whether we agree or not, or in part. My many years living with rural.
Okay, sorry, that was it for your 30 seconds. It goes so fast. Next up will be Bing Wong, followed by Michael Smith and Lisa Molina. Hey,
Hi,
Bing.
my name is Bing Wong, and I want your vote for re-election to the CD3 delegate position. I was born and raised in rural Wasco County. I look forward to working with our new representatives from Hood River County. So who we elect and what party we elect is important. And without that.
Okay, I think you reached the end of your 30 seconds. We're going to Michael Smith next, followed by Lisa Molina, and then Ian Mayer. Hope I got that right. Sorry about that.
All right. Well, thank you, everybody. So my name is Michael Smith. I wear a lot of hats in the Democratic Party. Among them, I am a delegate from CD3 to the DPO Rules Committee. But CD3 is ultimately about issues, and the issues that I care about most are preserving the Green New Deal despite the Republican majority in the House, establishing healthcare for all Oregonians, and I'd like to thank Travis Nelson for his work on that, restoring timber levies that will be used to pay for rural services, and passing evidence-based gun safety laws to help save lives. I hope that I can get.
Okay, that was it. Lisa Molina, you're going to be up next, followed by Ian Mayer, and then Elizabeth Dixon.
Is this thing on? Can you see me? I hope. Okay, sorry. Hi, I'm Lisa Molina, and I have a bit of a cold, so sorry about my voice. I am an educator with PPS, and I identify as LGBTQ. I'm a lifelong Oregonian, and I'm really honored to be part of this process and to represent Multnomah Dems. I'm a PCP and neighborhood leader, and my key issues are equitable health care for all and restorative justice. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next up will be Ian Mayer, followed by Elizabeth Dixon, and then Sally Biggs.
Ian Maurer is not here.
Oh.
He is in my district as a PCP and a neighborhood leader. He's been very active. He's a high school teacher at Cleveland High School and a young, smart person that can do a lot for the party.
Thank you for that, Danelle. Okay, so then we're gonna go up. We're gonna go from that one up to 18.
Could you say his name again?
Ian, it's Mayer.
Maurer, M-A-U-E-R.
Okay. Next up is Elizabeth Dixon, followed by Sally Biggs, and then it's going to be Kathleen Williams. Elizabeth Dixon, you are on. Are you at the meeting? Calling for the second time for Elizabeth Dixon. You need to unmute. Okay, I am not hearing.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you so much. I'm delighted to be here and be part of this great Multnomah County government of Oregon. I was born and raised in 1954 in a red line district in Multnomah County. I am a political science major from Portland State University, worked in the government, state legislature with Senator Bill McCoy. So while Earl Blumenauer and Ron Wyden were junior representatives at that time, I majored in Black Studies, and I am very.
Okay, Elizabeth Dixon, you ran out of time. Okay, so next up, we're going to have Sally Biggs, followed by Kathleen Williams and Tom Karwacki. Sally Biggs, you're up.
Hello, my name is Sally Biggs. I'm a PCP in 5202 in Corbett, where I sent slate cards for the last election and also went door to door in Gresham and in Selwood. I'm now seeking to be a delegate for CD3. I care passionately about the environment, abortion rights, gun control, and quality public education. In Corbett, we have an amazing food salvage program I would love to explore replicating in other communities. I also think progress can be made in media regulation to combat misinformation, especially if we frame it as fighting fake news. Please give me 5 stars. Thank you.
Okay, next up is Kathleen Williams. She'll be followed by Tom Karwacki and then Kayvon.
Hello, I'm Kathleen Williams. I'm a retired civil engineer with the Forest Service. I've been a PCP and a neighborhood leader for several terms, and I'm a neighborhood leader coordinator now. I'd just like to mention that House District 48 is pretty underrepresented here. So please give a 5 to me and Jose Gamero. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And next up is Tom Karwacki.
Hi, Tom Karwacki. Fired up, ready to go. Fired up. I can't hear you.
Ready to go.
Okay. There's nothing wrong with Democrats that can't be overcome by what is right with Democrats, and we must adjust to changing times. Those are 3 inaugurations. I'm happiest to have been part of the folks who were at January 9th for having 5 new Vietnamese American representatives in Oregon. I'm ADL for House District 44 and been passed.
Okay, and you ran out of time. Next up is going to be Kayvon, followed by Bobby, and then Margaret Foley. Kayvon.
Hi, this is Kayvon Barami, a longtime volunteer here with the Molt Dems, currently on CD3. So this would be my second term if reappointed. I don't want 5 stars. There is a lot of fresh blood, fresh energy. Give them 5 stars. I'll take 3 or 4. If I'm an alternate, that's fine. I've really enjoyed the experience. I encourage people to really take it on. There's a lot you can do. Also, the role, a lot cannot happen if people aren't active in those positions. So enjoy it.
Thank you, Kayvon. Next up is Bobby.
All right. I'm a PCP in HD 47. I've been involved with the Molt Dems for quite a while, currently the platform chair, and think it's time that I moved into the state organization. And so I'd appreciate your vote. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next up is going to be Margaret Foley, followed by Spencer Trum and Kelly McCurdy. So let's hear from Margaret Foley.
Right, I'm Margaret Foley. I'm a PCP in HD 42. I have a track record in progressive organizing and campaigning. Recently came off working on Daniel Cloud Skinner's campaign. And I'm a big believer in progressive values and would push on gun reform, campaign finance issues, housing, and the Green New Deal. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you very much. Next up, we have Spencer Trum, followed by Kelly McCurdy, and then Faith.
Thank you all. Hey everyone, I'm Spencer Trum, and I'm running to bring my perspective as an activist and organizer to make sure that Congress hears our voices and keeps us on a progressive path. My goal on CD3 is to serve as a bridge between government and the grassroots, and as a campaign staffer and longtime volunteer, I'm proud to amplify the voices I hear in the field. I stand for human rights that are universal, at home, on the job, and around the world, no exceptions, and I'll be honored to earn your 5-star vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Spencer. Next up is going to be Kelly McCurdy, followed by Faith Ruffing, and then Layla. Kelly.
Hi, everybody. I'm Kelly. You heard from me earlier. I'm honored to have gotten this nomination. Thank you so much for that. It's a vote of confidence that lets me believe that you feel I represent your progressive values, which I do. Since this is an issues affiliated position, my primary values include public education, housing, labor, and climate. Thank you.
Thank you, Kelly. Next up is going to be Faith, followed by Layla and Paxton Rothwell. Faith.
Hi, everybody. I'm Faith Ruffing. I've been on the CD3 committee for some time. I always go to meetings. I've worked on the platform, as you know, and I want to continue working with Earl on Social Security and houselessness. Thank you. 5 votes would be good. Bye.
Thank you, Faith. Next up is going to be Layla, followed by Paxton, and then Amber.
Hi, everybody. I'd like to have your 5-star vote. I was in the CD3 several years, and last year I was last term I was with the SCC. I always show up to the meetings, no matter where they're. I'm very active in the party. My specializations are in justice reform, education, anti-racism, healthcare. I was on the CELSI committee. I've been active for many years. I'm assistant district leader, House District 47. Please vote for me. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Next up, we are going to hear from Paxton, then Amber, and then Ann Horner. I think it's Horner. My handwriting's terrible. Okay, Paxton.
Hi, everyone. My name is Paxton. I'm a PCP in House District 43. It's my first year doing this. Currently I work as a mentor at Franklin High School, working with the teens, which I adore. I'm also a former member of Sunrise PDX. We helped get some of the climate legislation just pushed forward. Some issues for me that I'm looking forward to addressing are decarbonizing transportation and increasing public transit use. I love your 5-star vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Paxton. Next up is going to be Amber, followed by Ann Horner and Leah LaFleur.
Okay, hi, I'm trying to time keep myself. Okay, don't be mad at me for cutting you off. That wouldn't be fair. I did not pick this job. I've been on CD3 once. I'm an ADL for House District 49 and 50. I'm also a small business owner. I'm neurodivergent. I'm married to a disabled veteran. And she and I have been together for about 15 years. So I'm very, very passionate about treating houseless and veteran folks with dignity and empathy and creating policies that create change. Thank you. Please vote for me.
Okay, thank you very much. We're going to hear from Ann Horner next, Leah LaFleur after that, and Leon Jansen. Okay, Anne.
Hello, I'm Ann Horner. I was elected PCP last spring. I've lived in Portland since 1989, raised 2 children here. I now have time to reach out and try to help my community. I specifically want to work on pushing back right-wing extremism and helping the houseless get shelter now. That's it.
Oh, wait, hang on. I just messed something up.
I believe Amber was supposed to go before me.
Amber went.
I went.
Oh,
It was
that-
amazing. It was
Yes.
Okay, I totally missed that. I was all confused.
Okay, sorry about that. Okay, so I need Faith to mute. You're unmuted. Okay, so I think we are up to Leah LaFleur, followed by Leon, and then Jack Hanna.
Hi, I'm Leah LaFleur. I'm running for CD3 committee for the 4th time. I would be honored to have your 5-star vote. I've really enjoyed my time in the committee, working with Representative Blumenauer to make him informed about issues that are relevant to the people of his community, to support him in the projects that are the things that he would like to see enacted. And I'm looking forward to another term on the CD3 committee. So if you could give me your 5-star vote, I would appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's going to go to Leon and then Jack Hanna and then Danelle Stevens.
Hi, okay, my name is Leon Jansen. I'm a PCP in 4203. I live in Creston with my son who's with me here today, as well as my partner and her mom. I'm a longtime progressive and passionate about growing participation and engagement in our community, building resilient communities, also really developing a stronger response to the rise of authoritarianism and fascism and right-wing, both sides media. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And Jack Hanna, you're up next.
My name is Jack Hanna, and I've served the last 4 years as a member of the DPO Budget Committee. Dark money pollutes politics, including Oregon. Last year, DPO received an improper $500,000 contribution from Bitcom interest, prompting a State Department investigation and a pending fine. I'm running to advocate the Budget Committee prepare a written report describing how and why that happened, and present a plan to prevent it from repeating. My candidacy is based upon.
Okay, you ran up against our 30-second time limit. Last candidate, as far as I know, is Danelle Stevens.
Hi, I'm Danelle Stevens. I am the district leader in District 41, neighborhood leader organizer, neighborhood leader in PCP. And I know that it is critical that we communicate clearly and often with Earl Blumenauer, our CD3 rep. We have an awesome responsibility to carry the strength and the wishes of the Multnomah Democrats. I've also seen that we can help our representative not only attend to, but prioritize those things that are critical, like climate, like social justice and environmental justice.
And we are done. Is there any, put your hand up if you believe that you are a candidate for this position that was not heard from today, who didn't get their 30 seconds to talk. Well, that is very exciting. Can you believe that? I am just thrilled with this. Go us. Lisa Morrison is going to share the ballot to make sure that everybody's name is on that. And I am not positive how that's happening. Lisa, are you on?
I am on.
Okay, awesome.
I'm waiting for word that the ballot is ready for preview, and I kudos to you all for an excellent session here. Yeah, you're just awesome, and you're the last ones to finish up. So when I close these rooms after the preview, everyone will actually join back into this room, and then we hope it looks like we're going to be rolling a little early on the SCC election. So stand by.
All right, so I've already previewed the ballot, and Faith Ruffing was able to check that her name was in there, but I have posted the link again. Please do not cast your vote yet. Voting hasn't opened yet. You could try to cast your vote here. It'll be deleted. If you need to use a PIN number to click through, you just use 8 zeros. Thank you.
Okay, was that clear to everyone to get from your name and the PIN number section to the list of candidates? Just add 8 zeros instead of your actual PIN, and then you can move in and preview the ballot. Please look for your own name. If you were a filed candidate or a nominated candidate and you don't see your name on there, please raise your hand and we will watch for you. Mike, if you can hear me, are you working to get a preview link over to Marcia somehow for CD?
Already emailed.
Oh, fabulous. Thank you. I'll let her know it's an email.
Madam Chair, I note that Elizabeth Dixon has her hand up.
Mike Smith, my bad if I told you CD5. Marcia is in CD1 crowd. She needs the CD1 ballot.
I'll email that to her.
Thank you, and I'm sorry for the extra work.
Can I have a question? How many zeros we can put there to loot the ballot?
Just put 8 zeros or any 8-digit number.
8 zero? Okay, thank you.
That's 8 zeros instead of your PIN, Spencer.
Yeah, although frankly, it doesn't matter.
It doesn't really matter, does it, Mike? Right?
Because any votes being cast before voting actually starts, which is when this meeting adjourns, will be deleted and you'll have to vote again.
To Danny's question and Jennifer Lund's, this is the ballot that you will receive when we suspend the meeting today, and voting will be open until 5 p.m. on Tuesday. So the link has not been sent out yet.
Mike, is it okay if I call on people for you to answer questions? I think Lisa may be away from that.
Oh, I'm handing it back over to you, Michael.
Oh, okay. All right, great. Let's see, Liz Dixon first. Liz, you're muted. You're still muted, Liz.
I'm trying to figure out. Okay,
There
can
we
you
go.
hear me now?
Yes.
Where do I go to vote? I'm trying to figure out where do I go to vote, the link.
I'm here and I can answer that if you
Yeah, I
can hear
can't
me.
find it.
Yep. So Liz, right now we're previewing the ballot so that everybody who was either a filed candidate or nominated from the floor today can check to make sure that their name is on that ballot.
But where do I go to preview the ballot?
It's in the chat. If you scroll up, or Mike, if you could post that one more time, there it is. Michael Burleson. Yep, just put it in the chat. It says under Michael Burleson, just posted. I already previewed it.
Okay.
Again, click there.
Okay, I
and
got it.
in lieu of your regular PIN, you can put in 8 zeros, and that will move you into the next page where you will see the list of all the candidates.
Okay. Okay.
And then everyone should be sure to check for their name if they are a nominee.
All right, Henry next, and then I'm going to stop taking questions at 4:15.
Yes, my question is, does anybody have a list, and perhaps you can post it on the chat of all the candidates in the order that they spoke?
Anybody wants to field that, you can speak up. I don't think.
I do not have that.
I could produce that, but it'll take me a bit off my little scraps of paper.
Okay, sorry, Henry. All right, Jose.
I have a question. Why are ballots why can't we not vote until after the end of the meeting? Because we're gonna hear all these statements for CD3, and then if we can't vote, and then we have to hear everything for SEC, it's gonna be really hard to try to remember everything. Is there a reason why it's being held off until the very end?
My guess, Jose, would be that they are creating the ballot because of all the people that just got nominated from the floor, but feel free to field that, Mike or Lisa, if there's more explanation.
I mean, my understanding is that the voting period begins when this meeting adjourns. Now, if we want to change those rules or want to change the agenda, we can do that. But as things stand right now, voting doesn't open until this meeting adjourns to a time certain.
Hopefully that answered your question, Jose. Sorry.
Can I do a quick follow-up?
Go ahead.
If we did change it, would the ballots be ready if we wanted to just open the ballot, or is there like a process reason that wouldn't be okay?
So
I'm gonna step in here because I think that would be out of order since we've already approved the agenda. So I don't think you can move to change that at this point.
Okay, this is a mechanism that gets us out of here on time.
All right, Kathy, or sorry, actually, Aaron was first. Sorry, Kathy.
Yes, just a reminder, folks, to please close your sample ballots before opening your active voting ballots. That means your PIN number, because otherwise, as Mike Smith has stated, you will have a ruined ballot. So make sure to close your sample ballot before voting.
All right, Kathy, and then Barbara.
My question is, my Google thing says draft save. So this means that all these like pre-votes that I put in,
It won't matter because votes that are cast.
I have to remember who I voted for. All I'm trying to do is figure out a way to remind me of who I voted for, how.
Oh.
Just
take a screenshot.
Yeah, take a screenshot.
Okay.
That's your best bet.
That's all, I'm done.
Thanks, Kathy. Barbara?
I have permission to leave the meeting in a few minutes. So once I close out, how am I going to get back to that link for my real ballot?
So my understanding is that that link will be emailed out to all the persons who have signed up for CD3, or sorry, all the persons who attended and are in CD3. And similarly with the SCC ballots.
Thank you. Thank you for all your hard work today. Appreciate it.
All right, James?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
I apologize. I had technical difficulties trying to get on earlier. My name is James Posey. I'm newly elected president of NAACP, a longtime advocate for inclusion and equity. I'd like to bring people together. Do I get a chance to make a 30-second speech, or have I already made it?
I don't think that you would have a chance to make one right now because speeches are allocated for folks that are running for the congressional district seats. But if you had a question, I'd be happy to answer that, or a point of information.
Yeah, will there be an opportunity to make a 30-second speech as was given out? Is that going to come later? Or I'm trying to find out what is the process.
Yes, it will, James. We're not on the SCC yet.
Oh, okay. Well, cool. I'm good.
It starts at 4:15.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Right.
Sorry.
That's okay.
Okay, sorry, James. I misunderstood that you're running for SCC. So.
All right.
Okay, and then Jose, you did have your hand up earlier. I just wanted to make sure you didn't have a question still. Okay, you're muted. Sorry, but I think you shook your head no. Okay. Is there anybody? I should make this more regular. Is there anybody on the phone or anybody who cannot raise their hand that has a question or comment before we have to adjourn? If so, please speak up.
And I'm counting down from 10 to the close of the room. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Your fellow delegates from the other rooms will be joining you shortly.
Okay, wonderful. Hopefully everyone had a good time in the breakout rooms, and it looks like we're all back in the same room. Somebody speak up if I'm mistaken about that and people are trapped in purgatory.
I think, in fact, that there's a 60-second countdown going on in those rooms. Sorry about that. I forgot that little
No
countdown.
worries. Yeah, I
So
still
they'll
see
start
people at
popping in.
65.
And I just want to give high praise and thanks to Lisa Wilkie and Amber Fiddler and Michael Burleson and Mike Smith and everybody who pitched in, and all of you CD3 folks for making that a good quality session.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you all. And thanks to the participants.
And we
Now,
are
do we
still
go to the voting ballot now?
Now we are waiting for the rest of the group to come back, and I see they're starting to pop back in, I believe. And the next part of the session will be the SCC nominations and creating of that ballot.
Will I be able to vote for the SCC?
Oh, my God.
If you're a PCP, you will be able to. Please
Okay. Yes,
raise your
I am.
hand to ask questions.
I'm a PCC.
Okay, great. Let's see, Mike, before we move into the other room, sorry, Mary, I'll get to you in just a second. Before we move into the other room, Mike, I just wanted to confirm there are going to be floor nominations for SCC, correct?
Absolutely right.
Okay,
Nomination
great.
for SCC.
Let's see, Mary Thaman, you had a question? You're muted, Mary.
Somehow I ended up in this room suddenly, and I should be in the other room. I don't know how to get back.
Oh, that's because the congressional district breakout rooms have ended. So I think you're in the right place.
I think I think they were just voting or something.
So voting is going to open starting at 5:30. And so you haven't had to do that. So Mary
Okay.
Botkin.
Okay, I guess I have the same question. So Congressional District 1 had not cast their ballots yet. So you're telling me that Congressional District 1's balloting will not start till 5:30?
May I? It's
And
Lisa.
I believe that's correct, Mike Smith. I want to.
Okay, thank you.
Not giving false
Again,
information.
Per the rules that we passed at the beginning of the meeting, the CD ballots have been created and reviewed. I understand that was just a kind of a little bit short for CD1, so we'll make sure those folks get a look at it. I heard we had a misspelling there, so we'll fix that. Now we're going to move on to SCC, and when we suspend the meeting today, people will get the ballots that they are qualified to vote in. So CD1 will get their ballot and SCC, CD3 will get their ballot and SCC, and CD5 will get their ballot and SCC. And then voting will open and remain open online through your ballot until Tuesday at 5 p.m.
Thank you, Lisa.
Lisa. That's helpful.
I still see that we've got people in CD5. Are we still waiting on those folks to get into the main room?
I'm in CD5 and all I did was press the leave button and ended up here.
Okay.
Everyone else was
we're all
leaving
coming
at the
back.
maybe I don't know what happened to them because we were all chatting while waiting to get back here.
I closed the rooms. It should have shot people right back here.
Okay, great. I just see them listed under CD5, but it says breakout rooms not started. So I think that means everybody's back.
That's right. Yeah.
Okay. All right. So we're moving on to the nominations and vote for the State Central Committee. And what we're going to start with first are nominations from the floor for State Central Committee delegates. And we'll be doing that by a raise of hands. So if you have a nomination from the floor or want to nominate yourself, please raise your hand and I will call on you. Mary Botkin. You're muted. Mary, you're muted. So I didn't hear who you said.
Sorry, I always mute myself when I'm done talking. I would like to nominate myself as somebody who's not been active for a while, but it was active for a really long time, and I'm getting active again.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you, Mary. Anybody else? We'll wait a
Michael?
few seconds. Moses?
Yes. Yes, I would like to self-nominate myself for the SCC as an SCC delegate.
Okay, great. Thank you, Moses. And what is your gender identity? I think I should ask that as well, right?
Pardon me, Moses Ross, he, him.
Okay, thank you. And then Stephanie.
Hi, I'd like to nominate myself, and my gender identification is female.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you. And you know what? I just want to double check that somebody is taking these names down because I am not.
Can I add, do you need my
I'm writing
gender?
them down, but
I don't, do you need my
Oh.
gender? Female?
Okay, thank you, Mary. I think I heard it earlier, actually, so I don't think I need it. But Mike or Lisa, are either of y'all keeping track of the names, or did you need somebody to do that?
I am keeping track of the names, and my understanding is Sally is also keeping track of the names. Is that correct, Sally?
yes.
Okay, great. Thank you, Sally. And I did hear you, Sally. Sorry, I didn't acknowledge what you said. Bobby.
I'd like to nominate myself for SCC, female.
Okay, thank you, Bobby. All right, Jack Hanna.
Jack Hanna, I'd like to self-nominate for SCC, male.
Wonderful. Thank you, Jack. All right, Dean Salazar.
That's Jack Hanna versus your thing says John.
He does go by Jack, yeah.
Yeah, this isn't about me self-nominating because I'm already a candidate, but I did just want to know that we've lost about 5 or 6 people since the other congressional districts came on. So I just felt like that was important to note.
Okay, thank you, Dean. I think some people did have to leave. I will note that we had someone in the waiting room that looks like they just got admitted. Robin?
Actually, thank you. I was just concerned. My apologies.
I would like to nominate HD 46 PCP Kate Martinez for SCC.
All right, Kate Martinez, are you there? And do you accept the nomination?
I am here. I do accept. Thank you very much, Robin. And I identify as female. Thank you.
All right. And Sally or Mike, feel free to pause me if I'm going too fast and you need time to write names. Okay, Mark Nath.
Yes, I'd like to nominate our district leader for District 43, Kelly McCurdy. I think she would be excellent in this position, and as she's shown great leadership so far. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mark. Kelly.
Yes, I will accept this nomination and I identify as female. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Kelly. Nan Stark.
Hi, I would like to self-nominate. I'm she, her. I am chair of the Campaign and Candidate Liaison Committee and PCP in HD 46. Thank you.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you, Nan. I'm not seeing any additional hands raised here. We've got some folks on the phone. Or is there anybody on the phone or anybody who cannot raise their hand who would like to self-nominate or nominate somebody? If so, please speak up. All right, I'm not hearing anybody. That could be because you're muted. So if you are muted, unmute. I'm not seeing any additional nominations. It's going once. Going twice. Not seeing any additional nominations still. It looks like we've got our nominees for the State Central Committee. And it looks like we will be moving on to candidate statements now. Since I do not have a list, I will defer to Mike to put those in the order that, I guess in the order that they're written for candidate statements. They're going to be 30 seconds per statement. and I can time those unless Amber would like to time those again.
Chair Burleson, with all due respect, I am going to have my hands full putting the ballot together. We do have a list of persons who nominated from the floor in chat. In addition, I will post a link to the persons who nominated from the floor. As a reminder, there was a 2-week period where folks could send in their nomination. And you can see that list that I just posted in chat there. But I would really prefer that I could work on the ballot instead of trying to conduct the speeches for this meeting, with all due respect.
That is fine by me. I will go through the State Central Committee delegates that are listed on the MultDems website first. Then I will move on to the previously the previous nominations that you sent in the oh, these are the ones already. Okay, so I'll do the ones on the website first, and then I'll do the nominations from the floor. And Shane Jackson, it looks like you had a question.
Hello, yes. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay, very good. Yeah, I'm sorry. I had to leave the room for a little bit, and I was going to nominate myself. If we could reconsider to reopen nominations, I'd like to nominate myself if at all possible.
Oh, that is, I'll ask if there are any objections to that. Now, Amber or Lisa, if you're objecting to that, you got your hand raised, but I think that's for a point or a question. Okay, seeing none, I will allow that. So Shane Jackson nominating from the floor. I will put that on the list that Mike gave me and just resubmit it to the chat here. Oh, well, I didn't do it correctly. I thought that enter would give me another line, and instead it just posted it.
Thank
and
you,
what
everybody.
are your pronouns, Shane?
He, him.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, Amber.
I'm happy to do timekeeping if that helps free you up a little bit. You're kind of doing a lot.
That would be wonderful. Thank you.
In CD3, they identified me as ruthless at timekeeping. Do you want me to cut people off at 30 seconds?
I think for fairness sake, yes. We've got people that need to leave, and I don't want to be here until 9 either. So thank you. And people can blame the ruthlessness on me if they need to. Okay, Lisa, I think that you had your question answered. All right. So I'm going to go through just in the order that they're listed on the website. People are going to get 30 seconds. And at my request, Amber will be ruthless and cut you off after 30 seconds. So time yourself and make sure that that you're done on time if you need to do that. Alexander Davis, you are first. All right, and Alex, if you or Alexander, if you are on the line, we cannot hear you. Alexander Davis going once, going twice. Can anybody see Alexander who wants to say that they
haven't seen him today.
Okay, well, we'll move on. And then if Alexander joins us or ends up in the waiting room, he'll be admitted and they will be admitted and we will deal with that at the end. Bing, go ahead, 30 seconds.
Let me unmute and turn my video on. Now, my name is Bing Wong, PCP over 40 years. I hit $400 in HT46 for Jamie McLeod Skinner, Multnomah County, over 80% support. Not enough. 40 years ago, not enough in East County, but has changed with feet on the street. Without elected Democrats in office, most policy issues we care and talk about goes nowhere. Please vote 5 stars for and re-elect Bing Wong. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Bing. Good time. All right, Brian Lewis.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is William Lewis. I'm a young and dedicated Democrat who loves this party and its ideals, and I want to help us realize the full potential of our organization. I spent the last 2 years working to help bring Portlanders together to review and revise our city constitution, and I'd love to take that experience and that passion into this role so that we can continue to fight for the dignity and well-being of all Oregonians. I'm asking for your 5-star vote.
All right, thank you, Brian. Cynthia Smith.
Hi, I'm Cynthia Smith, a disabled Air Force vet, chair of the Veterans Caucus, Rules Committee member, and I'm a progressive. I'm thrilled to be endorsed by Representative Travis Nelson. I volunteered for campaigns and organized phone and text banks. On the Rules Committee, I fought to ensure that all communities had a strong voice and that we decided issues based on fairness and that they increased equity and diversity. My name is Cynthia Smith, and I'm committed to fight for justice, and I hope that I earn your 5-star vote.
All right, thank you, Cynthia. Dan Getz.
Hi, everybody. I'll keep this fairly short. I said most of what I wanted to say in my emails and the like, but I think that we need a strong, passionate, progressive voice on the SEC again, and I'm campaigning to be it. And I would have really appreciated your 5 stars. Thank you.
All right, keeping it brief. Thank you, Dan. Danelle Stevens.
Hi, my name is Danelle Stevens. I'm district leader for District 41, and I was proud to be able to work with Marcia to help distribute 11,000 slate cards to volunteers in District 41 and 38. I'm an organizer, I'm a doer, and I have a lot of heart and passion, and I'm really worried about this planet and our democracy, and we got to get to work. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Dean Salazar.
Thank you. The fight for just Oregon never ends. I lived in foster care and I am young, as well as neurodiverse, living as a Latino autistic son of a working mother, and I'm also part of other BIPOC and minority communities. Fixing issues and developing bold, well-explored ideas have always been my passion. I've always thought outside the box. I reject false choices. I'm an employee participatory budgeting and an Oregon Commission Autism member and other groups. We need to expand diversity and age diversity, and I've done just that. We need to invest in red rural areas. Let's fight for housing, economic, and racial justice and other progressive policies. I'm proudly endorsed by Rosa Colquitt, Jessica Vega Peterson, Michael Smith, Ashton Simpson.
All right, thank you, Dean. You were just a little bit over time, but as a fallback, you can always be an auctioneer because that was very fast. Faith Ruffing.
Hi, I'm Faith. I've been on the SEC for 6 or 8 years. I've been on the State Fair Committee and the Platform Committee. I want to continue to fight the battles I want to fight, which are Social Security and houselessness, and I can do that at that level. Thank you for everything. And the Beer Caucus is at the KDOs at 6 o'clock for anybody who wants to.
All right, thank you, Faith. Gary Litkey.
In addition to my progressive candidate site statement and email, Gary Litkey's many years living with rural, suburban, and urban neighbors support how we must all engage in understanding and rapport with our non-Multnomah DPO counterparts. Empathy makes us more effective. Also, my past 4 years on DPO Platform Committee makes me current with their issues.
All right, thank you, Gary. Greg Burrill.
There, got myself unmuted. So, and yes. Hi, I'm Greg Burrell, and I would be honored to have your vote. In this time of turmoil, please strongly consider voting for those whose lived experience is too seldom heard: Black, Indigenous, people of color, lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, queer, but also vote for people like me who pledge to show up at the meetings, listen to the debate, and represent the choice you would have made whenever possible. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Greg. And Burrell, sorry, I got your last name incorrect there. James Posey. And James, I know you're there. You might be muted. I saw you earlier.
Yeah, I apologize, man. Is this my time for 30 seconds?
Yes, it is. Go ahead.
So I certainly appreciate the opportunity to be a part of this process. My name is James Posey. I'm the newly elected president of the Portland branch of the NAACP. And I'm excited about the prospect of engaging with the Democratic Party in a more effective way and to bring what the party brings to our membership and vice versa. It's a two-way process. And if I'm selected.
All right, James, sorry, that was time. Jose Gamero.
Hi, I appreciate your vote for SCC. I'm a gay Latino immigrant with a degree in environmental science, passionate about science, progressive values. So I really appreciate your vote. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Next up is Kathy Pespalis.
Hi, I'm your new VC2. My priorities are civil rights, human rights, LGBT rights, abortion and reproductive rights, the environment, and of course, fighting fascism and autocracy. I bring many, many years of Democratic Party and campaign experience, including during this past 2022 cycle for Oregon candidates and slates, including helping to create the slate card list, dropping hundreds of slate cards, and raising tens of thousands of dollars for Jamie McCall Skinner to this task. Thank you for your 5-star vote.
Thank you, Kathy. All right, Kayvon Barami.
Hi there, Kayvon Barami. Currently on the SEC, this would be my third term. First as alternate, this would be my second as delegate. Last term, I was on the credentialing committee, and we really struggled as a county to get people to show up. It was really sad. When we all show up, we have the chance to really actually sway what happens at the state level because we have such a large delegation, and we were struggling just to get our minimum amount of people to show up. So please, if you're going to be in this, please show up is all I want to say.
All right, thank you, Kayvon. Kevin Fitz.
Yeah, good afternoon. My name is Kevin Fitz. My pronouns are he, him, and his. I work in public mental health. I'm an individual who has a severe psych disability, and I'm a veteran and previously incarcerated. I hope to raise the voice of people in poverty and people struggling with mental health and addiction issues to the state DPO. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Kevin. Or sorry, thank you, Kay. Okay, thank you, Kevin. I'm looking at another Kevin's name. Sorry, I thought I was transposing those two. Kevin, I think it's Whittemer, and please correct me.
Yeah, Kevin Weidemeyer. Hi, everyone. You can see my statement on the county website. I'm a former labor leader with the AFT Oregon as vice president with them, and previously served on the CD3 committee as the chair of the bylaws, and really proud of the work we did on that group. So I would really appreciate your 5 stars for Kevin Weidemeyer. Thanks.
Great, thank you, Kevin. Cynthia, you've got a point of information? Or
Yeah, I do. I think you skipped Graham Parks.
Did I?
Yeah, they said it in chat. I didn't know if you saw it.
Oh, you are correct. I'm sorry, Graham. Yes, we'll go back to you. I apologize.
Oh, I'm so relieved. No public speaking. Okay, my name is Graham Parks. I have served on the SEC for the last 3 terms, and I've also served 3 terms on the DPO Rules Committee. The SEC is the board of directors of the Democratic Party of Oregon. Without the infrastructure and the oversight of the infrastructure for the Democratic Party, we can't elect Democrats. And so the responsibility for that organization lies with the delegates. And I've never missed a meeting. And
Graham, you're cut off. I'm sorry, but we heard that you never missed a meeting. So you got that in. All right, let me pick up where I left off, and feel free to jump in if I do anything else like that. Larry Taylor is next.
Hi, I'm Larry Taylor and your newly elected recording secretary. Many of you received my mailing in the last couple of days, which details my background. When I moved from Clatsop County to Multnomah, I had to relinquish my position on the State Central Committee, but I'm anxious to get back because the State Central Committee is the governing body of the Democratic Party of Oregon. As a staunch advocate of democracy, I hope you will vote for me so I can continue representing Multnomah County in that role. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Larry. Layla Awesome.
Hi, everybody. I'd appreciate your 5-star vote. I've been active with the CD3 for several years, and now the last term I was with SCC, didn't miss a meeting. So many people, sometimes our delegation is not complete. It's very sad. I've been represented from them to the State Fair and Local Events Committee. I'm with the Native American Caucus, Black Caucus, Education Caucus. I'd appreciate your vote. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you, Layla. Loretta Smith.
Hi, my name is Loretta Smith. I'm a former county commissioner and candidate for Congress.
I believe that representation matters. I think that our democracy has been beat up and we need support. We need people who are on the SCC that have past experience. I'm a past SCC delegate, and I'd like to have your 5-star vote.
Thank you so much, Loretta. Laurel Robbins.
Hi, everybody. I just wanted a quick quote from Vandana Shiva: "The world's top 1%, the ultra wealthy, and the modern empires they control, big tech, big pharma, and big ag, big government, and big military, are responsible for destroying the planet and sending most of humanity into financial and health crises." I think that it's up to us to fight that thing at the SCC. Let's continue to fight for truth, transparency, and inclusion. And whoever wins, please take that lead.
All right, thank you, Laurel. Marcia Schneider.
I believe she said she's driving at the moment. Maybe
Oh,
we
okay.
can come back to her.
Marcia will come back to you when you are safe. Margaret Foley.
Yes, hi, I'm Margaret Foley, and I am a progressive. I've worked on campaigns and grassroots activities all over the state. Most recently worked on Jamie McLeod Skinner's campaign. I believe in holding the party accountable to the platform, particularly around campaign finance reform, healthcare, climate, and equity. And I always show up and will show up to the meetings and vote and be an active member. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Margaret. Mark Nath.
Hello, I am a 2-term PCP. I hold progressive values, and I try to be as brief as possible. You can look at my my profile. With a daughter in college and a transgender son in high school, I'm passionate about the environment, equity issues, and enabling the next generation of leaders. I work in project and program management, so I know what it's like to have responsibility with no authority, which I think is a key skill in working with people in politics. I have a master's degree in public administration.
All right, Mark, sorry, that was time. All right, Mary Rarick.
Hi, my name's Mary Rarick. I'm a communications consultant and a grassroots organizer. I'm running for SCC delegate because I believe that for democracy to work for all of us, it must include all of us. My priorities are modernizing the party and creating a culture of belonging. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mary. Mike Smith, I have to pull you away from something.
Indeed you do. So my name is Mike Smith. I've served on SCC since 2019. And in my time in SCC, I've done my best to build bridges, especially during some very contentious times that we had. Over the last year, I spent an awful lot of time canvassing in places both inside and outside of Multnomah County. And frankly, the legislative PACs have let down a lot of our rural candidates. It will be up to DPO to shore up the smaller counties.
Sorry, Mike, we have to play you off. Okay, next up is Michael Radway.
Hi, I'm Mike Radway. I'd be honored to have your support. I've served for almost 2 decades as a PCP, including 2 terms as the DPO treasurer and 2 terms as a DNC member. I also served in the Obama and Clinton administrations, but probably my greatest qualification is I'm probably the only candidate who was fired by Donald Trump, and I'd appreciate your support.
All right, thank you, Mike. Miguel Moseller.
Hi, my name is Miguel. Everybody call me Miguel. So I wanted to you vote for me because I'm the perfect choice for this. You need diversity. You need a boy. Y like el Martin Luther King said, I can help you to get to the mountaintop. You open the program for the GNC generation that we need to be working with them.
All right, thank you, Miguel. Patch Perryman.
Thank you, Mr. Next Chair. You hear that for a second? A little bit of a breather. That's because we've all been talking a lot, hasn't it? I'd be honored to have your vote. I'd be honored to be of service for you after 6 years as your recording secretary. And you really can't pick a loser in this group. So kudos to all of you for stepping up. Thank you. Take your time back. Go Dems.
All right, Reginald, or you may go by Reggie Richardson Jr.
Hang on, Reggie has a conflict and I'm going to read his statement. Just give me a moment to get it up. Okay. Reginald Richardson would be honored to stand before you as a candidate for SCC delegate. He believes stewardship is important. This means being responsible with resources, mindful of the impact on the environment, and committing to making the community better for all. He will work with all members of the community for economic growth, job creation, worker rights, infrastructure, and top-notch schools and public services. If elected, he will serve with integrity and accountability, working tirelessly to make it better for all. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Greg Burrell on behalf of Reggie Richardson Jr. Robin Stevens.
I'm Robin Stevens, and I'm running to work towards a state party that is even more effective, inclusive, and election winning than it is today. I'm a digital strategist, and I feel passionately about finding new ways to use technology to engage voters. I want to say I feel very lucky to head towards 2024 alongside the committed and passionate people I've met through the Mult Dems. I'd like to know more about your priorities, and I hope you will respond to the survey that a few compatriots are sharing with you in the comments.
Thank you, Robin. Shawnee Harris Bagwell.
Hi, because I was elected Vice Chair 1 and have an SCC seat, I will be withdrawing my run for SCC.
Oh, that I should have noted already. All right. Thank you, Shawnee. Spencer Trum.
Hey everyone, Spencer Trum here, running for re-election to SCC. I'm an experienced organizer and activist, and I'm running to champion progressive principles, and the Democrats will enact them. Since my days organizing farm workers, I've brought people together to support progressive candidates and causes, and I've mobilized volunteers from across the state, speaking to thousands of folks to elect Democrats like Jamie and Eddie Morales, as well as passing preschool for all and other ballot measures. In every issue and every level, government must act as a check on the power to stop the privilege from tyrannizing the vulnerable. I'd be honored to earn your 5 stars to keep the government and party focused on this principle. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Spencer. Just about time. Tom Karwacki.
Fired up, ready to go. Fired up, let's hear it.
Ready to go.
Ready to go.
Okay, so this is inauguration weekend. So I think I've been to 3 of the presidentials from Carter on, but I'll tell you the best and most exciting thing was being the co-founder of the API caucus. And then seeing 5 Vietnamese Americans taking the oath this last in the January 9th in Salem. So I want to make sure we're all represented.
All right, thank you, Tom. Tom Trotter.
Hi, Tom Trotter. I've been a PCP since 2016, a neighborhood leader coordinator and a slate dropper. My #1 issue is electing Democrats. Everything else is subordinate to that. I'll go to the meetings. I have the time, the initiative, and the car. So I appreciate your vote. That's it. Thanks.
All right, thanks so much, Tom. I have a note here to go back to Marcia Schneider, who may no longer be driving. And Marcia, if you're still driving, Marcia, we'll get back to you at the end of the nominations from the floor. Okay. And I wanted to address something that Sally Jockin said in the chat. And Sally, if you could chime in on this. You said Robin is already an SCC delegate automatically. Or Robin, you can say that. Okay,
No,
Robin.
I'm saying,
No,
I'm
no, it's
answering
Shawnee.
Robin. I'm answering Robin asked about that.
Oh, I see. Okay, I interpreted that a different way. Just to
Sorry.
clarify, Robin is a candidate. She's not automatically there. So.
Sorry, I see my bad grammar there.
Oh, it's no worries. Thank you, Sally. Okay, with that, all right, I got to get back up to my list here of candidates that were nominated from the floor. Okay, first is Mary Botkin.
Hi, sorry, I had to unmute myself. Hi, I'm Mary Botkin, and I have been an active Democrat since 1979. So over 30 years, I've been a PCP district leader and any number of other things, including I served on the DNC for Oregon for 20 years. And I worked in Salem for 35 years as a union leader and spent my time.
All right, Mary, sorry, that's time. Moses Ross.
Can you hear me?
We can.
Oh, good. Hi. Moses Ross, he, him. I am asking you for your 5-star vote. My political passion is getting past campaign finance reform here in Oregon. I'm experienced in state Democratic Party issues as a Rules Committee member and as a Labor Caucus member, and you can have confidence that I share your values. I'm Moses.
Sorry, Moses, that's time. All right, Stephanie, and I think it's Vardavas, but please correct me if I'm wrong.
Yeah, Vardavas. Vardavas. Thank you very much. I put a statement in the chat, so I'll just say that I've been a Democrat most of my life, and I'm passionately devoted to both lowercase democracy and capital D Democratic Party, and I would really welcome your 5-star vote and a chance to serve.
Wonderful. Thank you, Stephanie. Bobby Yambasu.
Yamasu, but that's okay.
Oh, sorry, I've been mispronouncing it for a long time. I apologize.
That's okay. It's time for me to start working at the state level. I've been working at the county level for quite some time. I do go to meetings. Anybody who knows me knows that if I step up for something that I always fully commit to that. So I would appreciate your 5-star vote. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Bobby. Jack Hanna.
My name is Jack Hanna, and I've served the last 4 years as a member of the DPO Budget Committee. Last year, DPO received an improper $500,000 contribution from Bitcoin interest, prompting a State Department investigation and pending fine. I'm running to advocate for the Budget Committee to prepare a written report describing how and why this happened and prevent it from happening in the future in order to maintain the party's moral, ethical, and legal integrity. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Jack. Mark Kohler, you've got your hand up.
Yes, I just had a quick question. Catherine Tomlinson was not here, but is she still a candidate? She asked me to speak on her behalf if she wasn't here. She's at a funeral in Chicago. Is she on the list for SCC?
I do not see her on the list. Does anyone have any additional information that would have that information? Mike, Sally, or Lisa?
I would like to nominate her for SCC. She's been very effective as the Environment Caucus.
Okay, Moses, you had.
I was just going to say I second that if needed.
Okay, nominations had been closed. I do not see a problem if there's no objection to it. Lisa, you've got your hand up.
Yeah, I just want to confirm that Catherine told me that she intended to nominate or be nominated. So I'm not sure where the ball fell there, but I have no objection to reopening to add her.
Yeah, thank you, because I had been asked to speak if she wasn't, but I thought she already was nominated. That's why I didn't bring it up earlier.
Okay, thank you, Mark. Danny?
Hey, Catherine is in my district and she sent an email and I may have dropped the ball in nominating her. So thank you so much. I do believe that she was hoping to be nominated and just planning on
She was
serving.
absolutely planning on it. She sent out emails.
Thank you, Danny. Thank you, Tom. I saw that as well. If there are no objections, I am okay with reopening the floor and adding, we'll add her to the end of the list. Are there any objections to that, given the circumstances? Going once, going twice, not seeing any. Mark?
Mr. Chair, I apologize. If we could get her name posted in chat, I would appreciate it.
Okay, sorry. All right. Mark, go ahead.
Oh, just a point of clarification that that it's just for this individual and we're not opening up nominations to the floor.
We are not reopening nominations. It's just for this person. Was the intent of what I'm, I guess, interpreting as a motion to reopen for Marcia.
Yeah, thanks for clarification. It sounds like it makes sense in this case, but I just was curious for.
Sorry, Mark, I said Marcia, I meant Catherine. And I think I misspelled Catherine's name, so somebody should double check me on that, but I am posting it again in chat. Okay, and I believe Jack Hanna just spoke. So that would be Kate Martinez.
Hi, I'm Kate Martinez. I promote empathy, equity, justice, and education that includes relevance and truth, even hard truths. I've been in Oregon for 15 years. My background is in nonprofit education and fund development. I'm new to PCP and neighborhood leader, but I'm eager to learn more and to serve our state. My priority is to unite our divided state and address the real needs of our citizens alongside long-term livability issues for all. Thank you for your support.
All right, thank you, Kate. Robin, you've got your hand up.
Yes, I wanted to clarify, it had been mentioned that there were some people who pre-notified the reorg committee or the party organization committee that they were running. Is Catherine Thomason the only person who falls into that category?
I don't know. My understanding is that there was a timeline for nominations to close. Catherine submitted after that deadline, so she did need to be nominated from the floor. And so I'm not sure if she's the only one, but in any case, those candidates would have to nominate from the floor. And Lisa or Mike, correct me if I'm wrong about that. Okay, they're not correcting me. So that is the case to my knowledge.
If you give me 1 second, I can just see if anyone fell into that same category where they had signaled us, because I did note who I heard. And 1, 2, the only 3 I heard from have all been nominated in their particular categories.
Okay, great. Thank you, Lisa.
Okay, great.
All right, Kelly McCurdy.
Oops, excuse me. Hello again, everyone. Thank you. In addition to my prior statements, I'd like to share that I am a teacher. I taught social studies in Title I middle schools in Washington, in Vancouver, Washington for 6 years. And now I work in the field of education technology as an education consultant. And that is the only reason that I have the time to do this and the energy to do it. And that informs my priorities, which do center around public education from pre-K to post-secondary, then housing, labor, and in short, the
I am muted. Nan Stark.
Hi, I'm Nan. I just arrived in Union Station, LA, so I'm a little discombobulated. But as chair of the Campaign and Candidate Liaison Committee, we work our butts off to get candidates here and candidates of color in particular. And that's what I'm wanting to do on the SEC, is to really diversify our base in Multnomah County so we have better representation. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you, Nan. All right, next up is Shane Jackson.
Hi, everybody. This is Shane Jackson. Thank you very much. He, him. Again, I'm committed to going to the meetings, committed to being positive, committed to making sure the meetings run well. And like I said, I want to turn the Democratic Party into a relevant institution that's rewarding to be part of. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Shane. And last but not least, Catherine Thomason, and Mark Kohler is going to be speaking on our behalf.
Thank you. I didn't know I was going to speak now, but I appreciate it. I think most people, it sounds like a lot of people really know the work that she's been doing in the environmental area. She's been a committed Democrat and a party loyalist for as long as I've known her. I think we'd all be very, very grateful to have her on the SEC. Thanks.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. So I see that next on the agenda is that the ballots and the link are going to be mailed to voters. I don't see there's also a statement, or excuse me, a section for ballot creation and review. Mike, do we need to wait around while you or whoever creates those? Or Lisa, do you know the answer to that question, or are we ready to adjourn just about?
Mike has posted a link. Somebody says that they see an error. Mary, could you could you unmute and tell us the error that you see?
It says it's no
Are
longer.
we going to give Marcia?
I'm sorry, say
hang
that
on,
again.
hang on,
Sorry, one
Greg.
at a time, please.
Oh,
It's no longer accepting.
Oh, I see. Okay, one second. Folks, you're looking at the CD3 link. Let me send you the SCC link. The CD3 link, just so you all know, is not accepting votes at this time. That's because we haven't opened voting yet. But I'm going to send you the SCC link in a little bit.
okay. Thank you, Mike. Greg, you had your hand up next, and you were going to say that Catherine Thomas or that Marcia Schneider hadn't been
Marcia's
invited.
right.
You were correct. I did forget to go back to her. Marcia Schneider, are you on the line? And
I can. Yes, thank you. I didn't want to try to do this while I was driving. That would be scary. Marcia Schneider, you know how committed I am to electing Democrats because I've probably talked to you 100 times about it, and how reliable I am to do the things I commit to. I will be a strong progressive voice on the SCC, and I would certainly appreciate your vote.
Wonderful. Thank you, Marcia. Marcia Schneider, candidate for the State Central Committee that we were getting back to that I skipped over at the end. So just to clarify that. Loretta Smith, you have your hand up. And Loretta,
So I have a
you're
question.
unmuted now. Okay, go
Thanks,
ahead.
Michael. Sorry about that. Wanted to find out, is this only electronic voting or hard copy voting?
I believe it's only electronic. Mike, correct me if I'm wrong.
Okay.
And Lisa's shaking her head yes. Okay, Kathy Jackson.
I wanted to point out that I checked my email box and there was an official email nominating Catherine Thompson for FCC. So somehow or other, the ball was dropped. And so I've actually opened up that email and there's actually a quite nice statement from her that we all should have seen if we wanted to look at that.
Okay, thank you, Kathy, for noting that. Tim Rowan.
Yeah, I was curious to know that we talked about it earlier, but is it true that one could vote for every one of these people? Or should you be counting how many you're voting for so that you get the right amount versus male, female, and all that?
Chair Burleson, it may be worthwhile for me to review the voting rules real quick.
Now that I'm thinking about it, so is there anything left to be done for which everybody needs to stick around? Like, can we have people drop off the call and end the meeting, and anyone who needs questions answered can stick around with the officers?
I think everyone would like to know the answers to the question just asked, and I have a similar ignorance question before we drop out.
All right, Lisa, you look urgent.
First of all, the reason that I'll go back to Tim's question. Mike will review the ballot instructions. Again, you can vote for as many candidates as you wish. They'll be ranked in the end by the star voting system. Secondly, you only need to stick around if you want to lay your eyes on the ballot in preview, which Mike is working to put the link in the chat so that you could be sure that if you nominated yourself or were a filed candidate, that your name is on that ballot, although we will be scrutinizing them before we hit the send button. And thirdly, I just want to review, Catherine Thomason was never a filed candidate. She took advantage as someone who intended to nominate herself or be nominated by someone to send out a candidate statement. So, so nothing is amiss there. Thank you.
Okay, wonderful. Bing.
Yeah, I just want to say that the next SCC meeting is on the weekend on March 25 and 26 down in Albany. And so people need to be prepared if they're, especially if they're delegates, to start saving money for lodging, because
Bing, I
travel.
appreciate it, but if it's not a question, I think it might be out of order. So thank you, Bing. Ruth?
I move that the meeting be adjourned. I'm just following up on what you said.
Okay, thank you, Ruth. I would just welcome Ruth if you'd be open to amending your motion to adjourn the meeting, but keep the officers on the hook.
Oh, okay. I withdraw my motion. But are you, but
Lisa,
were you
you've got your hand up.
But were
I've
you
got an
saying that
urgent-
we can go? Oh, I just wondered if we can go then.
I'll not yet.
Okay.
So,
My,
all right,
my,
Lisa, go
my,
ahead.
ur- my urgent message is that we will not be adjourning this meeting, we'll be suspending this meeting. And the voting will then open, and the voting will close on Tuesday, January 24 at 5 p.m. And we will reopen the meeting at 7 p.m. on the 25th to announce the results of the SCC and CD elections. And a link will go out to you for that. So we are not adjourning. We're moving towards suspension. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Lisa. So I'll take the motion on the floor from Ruth to suspend the meeting. I will look for any objections from officers or folks tabulating to that. I want to keep us on the call, so the Zoom meeting will remain open.
Second the motion.
Okay, all right. It's been moved and seconded. And I do think we need discussion on that. And I will turn it over to Mark first.
I just had a quick question. Where do we get the ballots if the meeting is closed? Are they going to our emails, or do we stay on this call to get the ballot?
Both, I believe.
No,
Okay, so
I think it'll
They're
be
in our
email, correct,
emails.
Michael?
They're in our emails right now.
okay, so
okay.
not in the chat here.
Nope, they're in our
Okay.
email.
Thank you.
Okay, Martin Mendelson.
Okay, I just want to point out, I have received my SCC ballot in my email. I have not received the CD ballot yet. Is that because 3 is still in process, or have I got a flaw in my system?
So Martin, that's not a debate on the current motion, which is to suspend the meeting. You're welcome to stay around and ask that question if the motion passes or if it doesn't. Tom?
Just a clarification, suspension, that if we vote for suspension, people can hang out and get some clarifications and answered about questions they have about balloting and voting and all that stuff, because there's not going to be a vote. That's, if I understand it, you'll be here to answer questions post suspension.
That is correct, Tom. Yes, I will be here, and so will the other outgoing officers and folks, incoming officers and folks working on the ballot. There will be a vote. It just won't happen live here. Tim, Rowan.
So the question was, if you don't get your ballot, who do you call? How do you contact the party to?
So Tim, I think that's also out of order on the motion to suspend. You can stick around and ask that question again if the motion passes, or if it doesn't pass, you can ask the motion after that. Faith?
Okay, well, I'm opposed to this. We have people who are still wanting to ask questions, and I see no reason, since our meeting is supposed to run to 5:30, that we have to hurry rush out. I think we should answer questions until we're done answering questions. That's my opinion. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Thank you,
Can
Faith.
I have a question?
Hang on, Mary.
That's fine.
We've got Patch with his hand up first, and then I'll get to
That's fine.
I'll get to you after Bill, since I think Bill's next on the stack. Okay, Patch.
Thank you, Mixed Chair. My question is a point of order. I just wanted to make certain that we knew that when we reconvene after suspending this meeting, we reconvene on the 25th of Wednesday, 25th Wednesday, 25 January 2023. I just need to know a time that the reconvening is happening. for the minutes.
7 PM.
Thank you so much.
7 PM. All right. Thank you, Patch. Bill Harris.
I want to clarify and emphasize the importance of people staying a bit afterward if they do not know the answer to Tim Rowan's question.
Okay, thank you, Bill. Mary Bodkin.
My name is not on the ballot. Is there a reason?
Yeah.
Just asking.
I'll defer to
I am seeing Mary Bodkin's name on the SEC ballot.
Okay, well, thank you, Mary. I think we'll get that taken care of. You are a nominee from the floor, so we'll make sure that that happens.
Thank you.
All right, Kathy Paspalis.
Oops.
I just wanted to call the question.
Okay, the question has been called, and that means that we're going to take a vote to adjourn, and that, to my knowledge, requires a simple majority.
Recess.
Or sorry,
Suspend.
did I say adjourn? It's not a recess, it's not an adjournment. It is a postponement. Suspend the meeting. It's a suspension of the meeting. Okay. All right. We're all nice and fresh and wide awake right now. Okay. JJ Jackson.
If she's moving to call the question, that's actually a motion to end debate. That's before we actually get to the underlying question.
Oh, okay. That's correct. There's a first is the motion to end debate. Is there a second?
Oh, this might just be a preview ballot.
Tom, you're unmuted. You need to mute yourself. Is there a second to the motion to end debate?
Second.
All right. Seconded. Motion to end debate. And is there any objection to the motion to end debate? Going once, going twice. Not seeing any objection to the motion to end debate. So debate is ended by unanimous consent unless somebody yells at me in the next couple seconds here. Okay. And then the main motion is the motion to suspend the meeting. Is there any objection to suspension of the meeting and allowing questions while the officers remain on the line? Going once, going twice. All right, and I had this gavel prepared for a joke that me and Julio were gonna do, but the meeting is officially over. Folks can stick around. Congratulations on getting done 15 or 17 minutes under time.
Yes, congratulations.
Thank you, Lisa.
Bye, everybody.
Thanks, everyone.
So Chair
Everyone,
Burleson, let me talk about how we do the voting. So the ballots will be emailed to you. The SEC ballots will be emailed to all of the PCPs. CD ballots will be emailed to PCPs living in those congressional districts. I don't know exactly when that's going to happen. Quite frankly, that's not my department. Now, as far as how many people you can vote for, under the scheme that we have right now, you don't need to take into consideration how many delegates we have for either the CD or for SCC. You may vote for one candidate, 0 candidates, all the candidates, as many as you like. You rate them from 0 to 5, 0 being not acceptable, 5 being your platonic ideal of what a candidate should be. You may assign the same rating to as many candidates as you like. So theoretically, you could vote 5s for everybody and your ballot would count. The most important thing is to make sure that you get your 8-digit PIN right. That is the only way that we will have to validate that your ballot is the ballot of a valid voter. Again, find that PIN number and put that on the first page of the ballot, then click next, and then you will go to voting for the candidates. So I think that handled some of the questions that I was hearing.
Okay, I'm gonna go in order of people who have spoken. I think Shani Harris Bagwell hasn't had any questions that she's asked so far, so I'll call on her first, and then I'll move on to Kevin.
My only question is just what do you do if you have not received your SCC or your CD email or ballots in the email?
Wait a little bit. You'll have until 5 p.m. Tuesday to cast your vote. So just wait a little bit and it should arrive in your mailbox. I'm not exactly sure when, probably the next half hour or so.
Okay, great. Thank you. Let's see. I am going to call on Lisa because you may have some pertinent information, unless it's a general question.
No, I'm just wanted to let you know that I'm trying to get Aaron Levine's attention to ask if people can send questions about missing ballots to technology@multdems.org. So stand by for that. I know that everybody wants someplace they can send a question to if necessary.
Okay, thank you, Lisa. And Colleen Schumacher, you just asked that question. I think that answers it.
I did Lisa, I did respond to your email or your message in the chat. Yes.
Okay, let's see. Kevin Weidemeyer, did I get it right that time?
That's very good. Yeah, those were both my questions. I don't have my email, but now I know who to ask if I don't get it in the next hour.
Okay, great. Bill Harris.
I would like to speak to the issue of simplifying the ballot. The statement that I think helps people the most with regard to star voting is consider each line with one name on it as a question for you between you and that candidate. And you vote for a 5 if you think they're wonderful, a 0 if you don't want to have them in the office at all, a 4 if you're a little bit in favor, a 2 if you're pretty strongly against them, and a 3 if they'd be okay. You don't have to keep in mind how many people we're trying to elect. You simply answer the question question you have about that candidate. Do I want them or not? If I want them, how much? If I dislike them, how much? 1 mark on each line, and don't pay attention to how many there are. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Bill. Tom Sensick.
Okay, I think I got my answer, which is what I saw there was a sample SEC ballot and not the actual SEC ballot. There was a link.
That was the one that would have been in the chat. Yes, the sample.
Yeah, that was just a sample. So I shouldn't be voting on that one.
Correct.
I mean, at this point, you can vote on that one if you want to. The trick is not to vote before voting opens. We've suspended the meeting. Voting is open now.
Oh, okay. So I can finish voting. Okay, thank you. And then I just politically, since Bill said something, I just say that there's strategy to voting here about getting the candidates you want in the most versus those you wouldn't want in compared to the ones you really want the most. And so the idea of rating according to that scale doesn't work in my mind. So thank you.
Okay, thank you, Tom. Oh, I wanted to make sure, I think Mary Bodkin wanted to make sure she got on the ballot. I just wanted to check in for her that she made it on, Mike.
Both Lisa and I have double checked. Mary Bodkin is on the ballot.
Okay, great. Thanks. Bing and then Robin.
Yeah, I just have a question about the process. Has there been a decision made on when the SCC delegation caucuses to elect a delegation chair? That has to be done.
I do not know the answer to that question. Does somebody want to speak up? Who does? Hearing nobody, it sounds like there may not have been a decision being.
Isn't that a call? This is Grant. Isn't that a call for the current SEC delegation chair?
I would imagine so, whoever that person is.
That person has stepped back, so it's up to the party chair.
Okay. Well, Bing, let's get in touch after this. And I will get a meeting time set up for y'all.
Time for a doodle poll.
Bing, why don't you private message me your number? I don't have it, or send me an email.
Well, the suggestion having setting up a doodle poll is probably a great idea. So
Well, that sounds good. I just want I will need to coordinate everyone's contact information, and you seem like you know what's going on. So
Well, I just know that, next steps that have to happen because the official delegation has to go to the state party, and then people have to RSVP about attending the March 25th and 26th meeting, so that delegates who cannot attend, the alternates will be asked to step up.
Okay, great. Let's talk about this privately if we can.
Yeah, I would respectively suggest, Bing, that we wait until the delegation's been elected before we start making those decisions.
Thanks, Bing, thanks, Mike, and thanks, Bing, but do PM me your number. Robin.
Yes, I'd like to just make a statement about voting strategy where every star, someone can correct me, a greater aficionado of star voting than I could correct me, but every star is a vote. So 5 stars is the most votes that you could give to someone. One is, there's not this one is no, you don't want them. It's just how many stars do you want to allot for each candidate? So the more you allot for a candidate, the more stars they're going to get, and it will increase their average.
Okay, great. Thank you, Robin. What I will ask, because I know, Robin, you were responding to somebody else who made a statement about this, who may have been responding to somebody else. If you have a statement that you want to make, why don't you pick an emoji that's not the raised hand and put that one up. And I will call on the folks with questions first, and then I will call on the people with statements after we've got those questions answered. So Ethan, I'll call on you first.
Okay, well, this might be a statement. I wanted to tell you that guys did a great job, but there's a couple of feedback problems that I had with the methodology. One is you may have warned people that they needed to have a Google sign-on, but that's not something I normally use. I had to go digging through and unencrypt my sign-ons and barely made it on in time to cast the ballot. So at least warn people be sure people are warned if they need to be signed on to Google. And the other thing is the chat has real problems as a medium for transmitting the ballot links, just because it's so full and it gets buried quickly. I suggest if you have to use the chat, ask people to refrain from non-essential chat entries until the link has been there for a few minutes, at least, so as not to bury it.
Okay. Thank you, Ethan.
Okay.
All right.
And I have a question too.
Oh, okay.
Which is, do I now delete the ballots that I already pulled off the links and wait for an email, or should I go ahead and use those?
I believe you should get rid of them because it might invalidate your ballot. I think that's what Lisa was saying earlier, or somebody was saying that because I did the same thing. I saved the link on another tab, but you should close it and then just follow the one from the email.
Very good. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Amber. All right, Marion, next.
Yeah, just a quick reminder, tomorrow is Roe v. Wade Day, and there is a rally at Pioneer Square from noon to 2. And I believe there are some Iranian women who are also going to be partaking in that with different things on their mind. That's it.
All right, thank you, Marion. All right, JJ.
Actually, kind of responding to what Bing was saying, this is also going to be an issue with the CD committees as well. They'll actually have to elect their own delegation chair, and that should be something that should be taken into account when results are sent, to let them know that one of the first things they need to do is elect a delegation chair, have a rump caucus. That can be done over email or via Zoom if you want. But that's one thing that's all the delegations, and for those that don't know, the delegation chair is the person that makes sure that people are attending the various meetings and keeps track of who is and who isn't a delegate.
Okay, great. Thanks, JJ. Gary?
Yeah, I was just going to reinforce the idea that we could elect that delegation chair in another time. I was wondering when that meeting is, that joint meeting of our CDs and SEC folks is scheduled to occur.
I don't think we have one scheduled yet, Gary. Does
Is it before the next SEC meeting?
Gary, this is Kate Flanagan. It's my responsibility to schedule that meeting as the CD3 chair, and I haven't done that yet. It will be before the next SCC meeting, potentially the weekend before or the 2 weekends before. I have to check for conflicts with other meetings, but
Gotcha. Okay, thank you. That helps.
And I can add further to
Hang
that.
on, Bing. Sorry, we got to get to Kathy and Miguel, and then if you wanted to say something else, if it's a comment, please put it in the chat, and if you have a question, ask it verbally. Kathy.
CD vis-a-vis CD1. CD1 already has their org meeting scheduled for February 11th. So time is really of the essence in getting a delegation chair and getting a whole delegation organized. So I wanted to let you know, Michael, that you really need to be aware of that short timeline in order to get CD1 delegation seated and a delegation chair elected and ready for the org meeting.
Okay, great. Thank you, Kathy. That is important. And I'm going to go ahead and just, until the chair email is changed, I'm going to put my personal email in the chat. So if anybody wants to let me know about anything like that requires urgent attention, obviously this job will take some getting up to speed. So send me an email.
So it's scheduled for February 11th, which is 3 weeks from today at 10 o'clock in the morning.
Okay. All right. I've got that written down. All right. Miguel.
My question was, why was the pushback against me in my domination for gender neutrality? I feel like it is for other people was easy to say it, but when it came to me, everybody was hysterical. Everybody's making inappropriate comments, try to dismantle me in pizza. As an ADHD person, I noticed that behavior very fast.
I'm sorry, Miguel. I think that what you were saying had some legitimacy. There was pushback with regard to you identifying how you wanted to identify. I do think you might have misunderstood what Michelle Risher was saying, though. I think
I understand very clear what she said. Don't do that.
Okay.
Don't do that. Don't do that.
I thought. Well, I'm just saying, when I was listening to her, I thought she was agreeing with you. So,
no, she was saying that I need to level myself.
Reading is suspended.
Well, we can talk about this offline if you need to, Miguel.
No, it's okay. I
yeah.
now understand where the group are.
Okay.
Now I have it very clear. Yeah, I want to tell people, if this is by not solved by my doctor, but also for my therapy. I have ADHD. One of the things that I'm good is they told me is I cannot have patterns of behavior. They said you have a skill, they're going to help you, but also go create a problem. If the problem, I'm going to notice everything. If that notice, I notice about a group of people. We said we want diversity. When we give it diversity, we attack diversity.
Okay, thank you, Miguel. Well, I just want to affirm that I believe in your right to identify how you want to identify, and feel free to reach out with other concerns. Tracy?
I'm, let's see, okay, I'm unmuted, I'm ready to talk. I'd like a convenient way to search my email for the right message that hasn't been sent yet regarding balloting, and what I see so far in the chat. If I do a search on the word ballot, I'm going to get it.
You wouldn't for me.
Seems kind of quiet.
Sorry, Tracy. I think I misheard what you said, or did you have a question?
Yes.
I'm sorry,
No worries. This is not easy. When I receive the ballots in my inbox, like everybody else is going to receive theirs, I would like to be able to use the search feature that I have for my email client, where I can type in a word and I'll be sure to get the Democrats' ballot. So I think if I search on ballot, I'm going to get everything I need for CD3 and SCC. So this is a true or false question, and I don't know who can answer it.
I'm not sure either, because I think it would depend on the email client that you were using. But in theory, you should be able to search it and find that email.
Under the word ballot.
I don't know.
I think what the question, sorry, if I may, does anyone know what when it went out, what the subject line is when the ballots were sent out? Like, was the word ballot in there? So if he's doing a Boolean search, that is going to pop up.
Well, who's the sender? Is it Martha that's the sender?
Lisa, go ahead and speak on it since you have your hand up and you know.
The ballots have not been sent. You have access if you can find the links in the chat prior to this moment, but they have not been mailed. We're still discussing which address they will go out from. We have a nice clean roster of everybody who's credentialed in. We just have to make a couple of decisions about which way they will go out. But the subject line will read, these are your C, D, and SCC ballots.
Perfect.
So worst case scenario later tonight.
All right, thank you, Lisa.
Thank you.
Let's see. It looks like JJ and Kate's questions got answered. So, okay. All right. So Martin.
I have received my SCC ballot. It came with a line that says SCC ballot -Mult Dems 2023, something else that I cannot see. I have not only received the ballot, I have voted it, and it has been accepted. Unless something very unusual is going on, everybody else should have their ballots as well. I don't see why I would be the only one to get it, nor do I see why I would get it an improper ballot that looked like that and that worked that way. Thank you.
So what left do you have to do before we can leave?
Hey, Ethan, oh, okay. He's muted. All right. Any other questions from anyone? Okay, since we're not technically in the meeting, I don't know if we need this, but I will ask for or entertain oh, it looks like Shani has a note that she still hasn't received her ballot. Mike, is that just still something that might be coming, or Lisa?
That is correct, Shani. We haven't sent out the ballots yet. We expect the ballots to be sent out sometime tonight. And if you're wondering who's responsible for that, it's not me. I have a completely different role here. But do expect the ballots to arrive in your mailbox sometime tonight. And again, as a reminder, you have until Tuesday, 5 p.m. to cast your ballots.
Okay, all right. It sounds like Shani wasn't actually wondering. It's just a statement of fact.
I am personally taking responsibility for making sure these ballots go out. I'm just wondering, Mike, if you have an explanation for how Martin got one in his mailbox.
I don't know how Martin got one in his mailbox. Martin, did you get it in your email or did you click on a link in chat?
Could it have been the CD ballot instead of the SCC ballot, Martin? No?
No ballots have gone out.
Oh, okay.
Okay, folks, I wish I could share my screen, but I got an SCC ballot, Mult Dems 2023 organization meeting was the title. It came as an email to my registered email address.
Open it. What does it say?
When?
You said you filled it out already, right, Martin?
Of course, I filled it out and submitted it, and it has.
Martin, I'm afraid I don't know what to tell you. From what email did you receive it?
I beg your pardon?
From which email did you receive it?
From which, let me check.
I think it's the registration email.
Hang on.
Ask for your credit card information.
And a few passwords.
Sorry, it came from docs.google.com with a very long string, and then at the end, /form response.
Okay, so my best guess, Martin, is that is a link that you clicked on, and it's not an email that you received.
No, it is not a link I clicked on. It is an email I received at my registered email address.
Okay.
I know the difference. I very much know the difference.
Okay, so Martin, I'm going to ask again. What was the from header in that email?
There is no from header, none.
I don't know who sent it then. It wasn't us.
It had exactly the people I had expected to be on it.
Martin, I'm telling you, it wasn't us.
Okay.
I don't know how you got it. You're telling me that it was emailed to you.
Yep.
You're telling me that you can't identify who emailed it to you. So I don't know how you got it. But what I can tell you is that was a valid ballot. You cast it properly, I think. I don't know, because I can't validate that you're the one who cast it, because the way we set this up by PIN number, it's hard for me to validate that. But it sounds like you cast a valid ballot and that it should count.
If I send you my PIN, can you check it that way?
I would prefer that you didn't do that, but
Okay.
what I can do is I can dig around. If you really want me to, if you're giving me permission to, I can dig around, find your PIN, and then see whether your PIN matches one of the ballots that's been cast. Would you like me to do that?
No, I think I'll just wait and see if I get another SCC ballot that comes later this evening. How's that?
He
Yeah,
could
sure.
forward it to technology.
Yeah, and just so everybody's clear, this is again in the rules, and it's also part of the algorithm that we're using. If you cast more than one ballot with the same PIN, the last ballot that you cast is the one that's going to count.
Okay.
All right. Thanks, Martin.
Send
And thanks, Mike.
Mr.
Yeah.
Whoa. Aaron wants me to send it to Unsolved Mysteries. Yes, Aaron, shall I do that? Forward it?
Kidding. Sorry.
That's a
Yes.
joke.
Technology at multdems.org.
Unsolved Mysteries is not a real email.
No, that is not a real email.
Hey, I never know what
Now you have me tempted to check.
All right, Debbie, you've got your hand up.
Yeah, I was just wondering at what point, so the ballots are supposed to come at some point tonight. If I wake up tomorrow and do not have a ballot, who do I contact?
Technology at multdems.org.
Thank you. Can you put that in the chat, please? So I can kind of paste it.
It's already been in there.
There's no way to.
There we go.
Thank you.
It's also on the contact us part of the website if you need that.
Folks, with that, I will have to exit the meeting. I'm going to turn off the recording at this point. But thank you so much for all of your attendance, participation, and respect for one another. This was a really effective, efficient, and the best organization meeting I've been a part of. So thank you all.
Thanks, Aaron. You've transferred the host to somebody, right? We're not gonna.
Lisa is still serving as host, so I'm gonna leave it at that.
Yeah,
And it would go to a co-host anyway.
I'm happy to linger if people are chatting. But I